all for being here. Today is a great day for transparency in America because today I'm proud to announce the creation of the Task Force on the Declassification of Federal Secrets. This task force will be a part of the House Oversight Committee and led by the very talented and persistent Congresswoman from Florida, Paulina Luna. During her time on the Oversight Committee, Representative Luna is a sledgehammer against government secrecy. She is committed to throwing open the windows for the American people to allow the sunlight of truth shine on the federal government. I can think of no better person in Congress to lead this task force than Representative Luna. Last month, President Trump signed an executive order to begin the process to declassify information on the assassinations of JFK, RFK, and MLK. This task force serves to build on President Trump's actions. For far too long, the American people have had reasonable questions of what their government, which they fund every day, keeps hidden about certain issues. And for far too long, the federal government has not answered these questions. This creates distrust in our institutions. That ends today. The voters of this nation delivered a historic mandate to President Trump on November 5th. The keystone of that mandate was demanding increased transparency of their government and elected leaders, and the mandate of this task force is to acquire that transparency. We will open this up for questions from the media, but first I'd like to hand it over to my esteemed colleague and chairman of the new task force, Congresswoman Luna, for her remarks.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. When our founding fathers stood against tyranny, they did not merely oppose taxes. They defended the sacred idea of individual sovereignty. They declared that no government, agency, or title could infringe upon the freedoms of speech, religion, thought, and the pursuit of truth. For too long, the American spirit has been dimmed by a veil of secrecy, by a government that has grown too comfortable in the shadows, denying us the transparency we deserve. But today, we stand at the dawn of a new era where the light of truth begins to shine through. A few weeks ago, President Donald Trump made a historic announcement. With the stroke of a pen, he committed to declassifying the files concerning the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a decision not just monumental, but pivotal. It is with profound honor that I have been entrusted by Speaker Mike Johnson and Chairman James Comer to lead the House Oversight Task Force on Declassification of Federal Secrets. Together with the help of the White House, our intelligence allies, the Department of Defense, the Department of Justice, we will be conducting investigations into the following: the assassinations of JFK, RFK, and Dr. Martin Luther King, unidentified aerial phenomena, also known as UAPs, unidentified submerged objects, also known as USOs, the Epstein client list, the origins of COVID-19, and the 9/11 files. This task force will be a beacon of bipartisanship. On the Republican side, Representatives Burchett, Boebert, Burleson, Crane, Gill, and Mace will be joining me, although I'd like to note that I'm expanding this to the entire governing body and will be allowing certain members to waive on. Our first hearing is set for March. The date will be announced soon, and we've already initiated close to a dozen communications with various agencies, to include Pam Bondi at the Department of Justice and the Secretary of State. This will no longer be a task force that makes bold promises only to fade into irrelevance or send strongly worded letters. This will be a relentless pursuit of truth and transparency, and we will not stop until the American people have the answers they deserve. We will cut through the bureaucracy, challenge the stonewalling, and ensure that the American people finally get the truth that they have been denied for too long. If we are to endure and thrive as a nation, we must restore trust through transparency. The American people must be trusted to think for themselves, to form their own judgments from the truth that they are entitled to know. We've been treated like children for too long and kept in the dark by those we elected to serve us. It is my solemn duty to begin mending this trust, to form a new relationship between the government and the governed. Let us embark on this journey together towards a government that does not serve, but one that enlightens. That does not just serve, but one that enlightens. Trust through transparency, that begins now. Without further ado, we'd like to open it up for questions, as I'm sure many of you have those. Hands up.
Thank you, Nancy. Obviously, your goals are aligned with the administration's on the declassification of Martin Luther King and the Kennedys. How would you handle if you end up, whether it's President Trump or Attorney General Bondi or DNI Gabbard, if they disagree with what you're looking to declassify on a certain topic, whether it's UAPs or 9/11 or something like that? How would you handle if there's some stuff that they don't necessarily want to declassify?
Well, certainly, I think that they'd be supportive, being that they're advocating for this. But also, I want to remind the American people that this is bipartisan. There's also Democrats that are looking into answering these very questions. But certainly, we would share that information with the American people. This is about transparency. And I think, again, as I stated for far too long, there's been a massive push to keep the American people in the dark, and that ends today.
Do you have subpoena power?
Chairman?
The task force does not have subpoena power. I do. The task force is going to be subsidiary of the full Oversight Committee. So if we have to issue one, Congresswoman Luna, we'll discuss it and we'll take appropriate action.
But in full transparency, we have a great working relationship, as I stated earlier, with the White House, with the DOJ, with the Secretary of Defense, and the Secretary of State. The incoming FBI director, I think, will be very supportive, and we've also been told that the CIA director is very supportive. To put it in perspective, I think that this issue transcends not just one administration, but multiple administrations, and it hasn't been until now that we've been able to get people actually in positions of power that will push for transparency. Now, if I find that different entities in the various intelligence agencies are stonewalling us, I'm going to make that known to the American people. But as of right now, we are cautiously optimistic.
What's your priority list? Because Epstein, 9/11.
Our first investigation will be announced, but it's going to be covering on a thorough investigation into the John F. Kennedy assassination. And I can tell you, based on what I've been seeing so far, the initial hearing that was actually held here in Congress was actually faulty in the single bullet theory. I believe that there were two shooters, and we should be finding more information as we are able to gain access into the SCIF, hopefully before the files are actually released to the public.
Thank you for doing this. Have you identified the Democrats who will sit on the task force, and could you talk a little bit more about the role of Democrats in this?
Yeah, so again, this is a bipartisan commission. Remember, JFK was a Democrat, RFK was a Democrat, and I'm sure that I think the entire conference has a question on what actually happened with Dr. Martin Luther King, but also UAPs. You guys know that that was the biggest bipartisan bicameral hearing that we've ever had, I think, in congressional history. I do not know who their members are yet. They've noticed it, but they're taking this very seriously. This is not a conspiracy theory investigating committee. We're actually looking to present truth to the American people. And it's in my opinion that no one person elected to office is more important or more qualified to look at the information that they've been hiding from us. And so we look to push for that transparency.
What sort of witnesses will you expect to have at your hearings? I know you said the first one's in March. Would that be department heads, former employees of various agencies?
Would you like to jump
Go
in?
ahead, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I was going to say, based on what we're actually looking to do with the JFK investigation, I'm looking to actually bring in some of the attending physicians at the initial assassination, and then also people that had been on the various commissions looking into, like the Warren Commission looking into the initial assassinations. There's been conflicting evidence, and I think that even the FBI at the time reported some anomalies in the initial autopsy at Bethesda, Maryland. All of those, though, seem to have been rinsed and repeated in the media to push a certain narrative that we don't agree with. And so I think that in order to put to bed some of the theories that have been out there on John F. Kennedy, we have to know the full truth. And the full truth starts with transparency. And that's why these files is so important for the American people to read for themselves.
With this task force, what are you hoping to uncover as far as UAPs that you have not already heard from other UAP hearings?
The biggest information problems that we've had with UAPs is the amount of stonewalling, stovepiping, and also it seems that there is this push to gaslight the American people into looking at the evidence and then not fully believing it. I think for us, if we're writing the budget, for example, into the Pentagon, if we're writing the budget overall for whatever programs might be out there, why is it that members of Congress who are given a top secret security clearance are being denied access? That's not a free and true government. And so for us, especially being that we have now a Secretary of State who's actually open to declassification and Marco Rubio, we're hoping to present that information and at least acknowledge it from a government perspective that we are not alone, but also let's see what the evidence is.
Thank you. Have you already been in contact with or started to send requests to these different agencies and federal departments for this information?
Yes, in fact, the letters went out this morning, not just on RFK, JFK, and MLK, but on everything that I had listed above to include UAPs, Epstein, and 9/11 and COVID, to the State Department, Department of Defense, CIA, and then also we'll be sending some to the FBI, and letters have also gone out to the NSA.
How is this going to be different than the House Select Committee on Assassinations, which did investigate both the John F. Kennedy assassination and the King assassination?
Well, what's interesting on that specific committee is what, to my understanding, when they actually brought in expert witnesses, they weren't actually people that were in attendance to the initial autopsy at Bethesda, but also this is a bigger committee than just the JFK assassinations. We're also expanding into Epstein, COVID origins, 9/11s, and then UAPs and USOs. And so before, where we initially had some of these hearings, this is going to be an encompassing committee that's going to work directly with the White House on information that they're declassifying.
Just to be clear,
Yeah.
you mentioned the Warren, there's the Warren Committee, but also the Select.
Correct. Correct. There's actually 3 different government investigations into the JFK assassination. But again, this committee is expanding not just there, but outwards into other fields. And again, we're working directly with the White House. In previous investigations, they didn't have access to the information that we are going to have access to. And so that's a big deal, especially if you're looking at what truly happened with JFK.
Are you going to get a top secret clearance?
I already have a top secret clearance.
You do.
All members of Congress have a TSCI. The question is do we get SAP access, of which Chairman Comer has been very supportive, and we'll be getting SAP access as well. Okay, 2 more, and then we're going to wrap it up.
Obviously, some of the questions on some of these topics, whether it's Jeffrey Epstein or COVID-19, the questions are obvious. What specifically, though, are the questions you're looking to get answered with regards to September 11th?
We just want the truth. How much did the CIA know in advance? But also remember, when you have only certain information that's shared with the American people, that's when conspiracy theories happen. And it's in my opinion that conspiracy theories can be detrimental. It doesn't mean that in the last couple of months we haven't been right on a few things, but what I will say is I think that we deserve to give this information to the American people. I don't agree with the stonewalling that's occurred. And also, how do we prevent things like it from happening in the future? And we have to know the full picture, and the American people deserve to know that as well.
Can we expect any collaboration with the Department of Government Efficiency?
I don't know what information DOJ would have, but I would encourage them, if they have anything on JFK, Epstein, or anything in between, that they bring it to our office immediately. Okay, 1 more, and then we'll wrap it up.
And we have this one. This is for Sheriff Comer, if you don't mind.
Of course.
Your oversight of sanctuary cities. Senior City Mayor Eric Adams stand apart from the other Democrats in that he's cultivating a relationship with President Trump and has been critical of sanctuary laws. And what do you hope to uncover with this hearing?
Well, we have a lot of questions. Some of the people in the mayor's administration have been vocal that they weren't going to comply with federal law, that they were going to continue to act as sanctuary cities. We want to know about coordination and communication they had between the previous administration. How did so many of these illegals get there? Who was paying for it? Who were they communicating with to be able to provide housing and so many other benefits to such a large population of people? Just the basic questions we all have. Who was paying for it? Who was leading the efforts to transport the illegals from wherever their entry point was in the United States to these sanctuary cities? And are the mayors going to comply with federal law now? Are they going to work with Tom Homan and the national security groups in the Trump administration to try to deport the criminal illegals and stop being a sanctuary city?
Do you feel less worried about Eric Adams himself, considering his signals?
Worried about what?
Do we feel less worried about Eric Adams?
Eric Adams, I mean, he was one of the first mayors to bring up the crisis situation, the fiscal impact on the city. So I think he would be a very good witness, and we have a lot of questions for him, just like we do the other 3 mayors. So,
All right, 1 last question, then we're going to wrap it up. News Nation, let's go.
Can I ask about your relationship with whistleblowers? Is it going to be the normal process that oversight typically does, or would this be? Are you going to create a separate avenue for the task force?
I mean, we're all about the normal process, but look, if you have information and it's credible, we've always approached it in that I'd like to be the person that does the interviews for it, mainly because, especially with stuff like this, we want to make sure that there's, not bad actors that are pushing false information to create a narrative that's simply not there. And so, every whistleblower that does come forward, as of right now, there's people that have been publicly out there, for example, on the JFK stuff, that were actually present in the room at the operating room where he was actually brought to right after the shooting. So we hope to bring those people in to testify. And again, these hearings will be open to the public. I am also expanding this to the entire conference. So if someone's going to take this seriously and look at it through an investigative lens and get answers for the American people, they are welcome to ask questions of the witnesses, and you guys will all receive notice of that.
And we'll work with anyone who currently works for the federal government that wants to declare whistleblower status and receive whistleblower protection, if that's what they're interested in doing. And I don't think they're going to face the type of retaliation that the previous administration gave whistleblowers, particularly the IRS whistleblowers that blew the whistle on the cover-up of the Biden family.
And I'd also like to close with this. If you are an independent investigator, we are being told that the FBI has now located thousands of pages of documents that they lost before, specifically relating to JFK. We are going to get through as much as we can. We have a great team of attorneys. We have a great team of investigators looking into this. But it doesn't mean that we won't accept help from the public. And so we will be setting up a place for collection for people to present information. But again, this is about transparency. The government works for us. There have been people, I think, in power for too long that try to silo us and keep us in the dark, but that stops today. You're seeing that same message come out of the White House, out of the CIA, the FBI, and every other agency in between. So we are very happy to have the support of all of those individuals, happy to have the support of Chairman Comer and Speaker Johnson. And if you guys have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to Oversight Comms, and we'd be happy to answer those at that time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Groovy. Swanky.
See, some of that snow is sticking, and here at Libby Park, some people are taking advantage of that. Maybe going down the hill on a sled. Lots of kids have a snow day. Oh, or maybe they're biking down. I don't know. That might scare me a little bit, but we've got lots of kids with a snow day today or doing virtual learning across the state because of these conditions. The concern, too, for icy roads as we get into the evening hours. Those temperatures drop as well. So we'll be checking in on that, too. But we know across the state we've got at least 65 National Guard soldiers standing by on places like I-95 and Route 29. Not sure if you can see this rolling here right now, but the roads so far seem to be doing okay. We've checked in with state police who say they haven't responded to any serious injury crashes because of the weather just yet, but we'll check in with them as we learn more throughout the day. We also have a lot of people in Richmond wondering about the water supply, because about a month ago, we had a winter storm impacting this area here. Different kind of snow. That was a powdery, fluffy snow, but it did lead to power outages, and that caused the water plant system to malfunction. And people went, in some cases, a week without water. They weren't able to shower. Some people were asked to conserve their water for extended period of time, but the city has since resolved that issue. Still, some people are on edge about this storm, wondering if they're going to be dealing with something similar. So far, so good, though. We've just been checking with people as they've been enjoying the elements, because we are in Richmond after all, where people aren't super used to getting some snow. So now that we're having another storm, I think people are just excited to get out and about in it and maybe go sledding, maybe build a snowman. It looks like people are just kind of enjoying it right now, Mike. And, you know, we still have some sunlight left, so maybe this hill will get a little bit busier. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, you know what? I'm a
I'll
little
send it back to
jealous
you.
of them right now. They seem to be really embracing it and saying, you know what? Let it come down. We're having the best of it, right?
They are. You know, you got to be careful, because as you could see, the cobblestones over there, it's not fully covered in snow. So sometimes you'll hear a little bit of crunching underneath the sleds that go down this hill, because we got a little bit of an inch or two of just that mix. It's kind of a wet, slushy consistency. Still, you got to live it up on a snow day, okay? Kids aren't used to getting that many snow days around here. In fact, I heard the schools are actually running out of them, because they're doing virtual learning instead of a snow day, because they don't have any left.
Look
It's
at
been
that.
active this winter.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Katie Byrne out in Virginia for us with the latest. We appreciate it as always, Katie. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
No problem. All right. And of course, for always the very latest weather updates, always go to Fox Weather. You could stream always for free at foxweather.tv. For much more, come back here with more in 2 minutes here on Live. And welcome back. It's Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page. Do want to take you now back out to California, showcase a little bit more of California Governor Gavin Newsom talking about debris removal, the way forward, and really the path forward for so many of the wildfire victims out there in Southern California. So we want to listen to a little bit more of that here on Live Now.
Shopping, one-stop permitting. And so we will have 8 or 9 critical provisions that back right into the work not only the county's doing, but specifically the work that Mayor Bass announced as it relates to her expectations from the state as it relates to what the city's doing. I'll remind everyone we have a brand new dashboard that's up around mobile air monitoring, issues around the 4 remaining water systems, which have do not drink requirements. We have information around the schools. Halley High, by the way, you're going to see that debris start getting removed on Saturday. They'll be down there moving heaven and earth to get that done. All that information is populated in real time at our ca.gov/LA Fires website, ca.gov/LA Wildfires. And I'll remind you on that site, it could direct you. First time in California history, we took these DRCs and we made them virtual. So you don't have to physically go in to a disaster recovery center. This just went live a few days ago. You can go to that site and download any information or upload any creative thinking and have a two-way conversation, not only as it relates to those that are virtually engaging you, chatbots, but also people that are resourcing and supporting that site as well. Forgive the long-windedness, but we want to shorten not only the speeches, but the time to delivery on this project. And so that's my final compliment. We just said hello to all the folks that were out there, and they said keep it short because we got work to do. And I just want to thank all of them in advance for meeting the high expectations and being willing to accept those expectations as it relates to results. So we do this quickly and safely so people get back into a community that's more healthy and resilient than the community that was devastated just 35 days ago. With that, so I'm here to answer questions.
Governor, complicate the removal process.
This is what they do. Last week, obviously the rain was a little bit less impactful. We're expecting more precipitation as it relates to this effort, but they've been out there, and Nancy can talk more specifically about all the Conservation Corps hand crews and all the work that we're doing with our own state water agencies, working with local agencies, debris as it relates to ocean concerns, with the county as well. Issues obviously on pre-position. We have hundreds and hundreds of people pre-positioned, rescue teams as well, all across the state. But it reminds us the imperative of needing to remove these sites. I know there's some people that want to delay and figure out staging. These are the sites that need to be cleaned up and quickly to address any environmental concerns. And so these sites are protected with what we refer to as those compost sleeves. You'll see those green sleeves or those taupe sleeves all around. That's among many mitigation strategies. And Nancy, maybe you want to add a few others, but this is top of mind.
Yeah, so right after the fires, we pre-positioned watershed management teams to come in and make assessments about the risk areas in both of these burn scar areas and how best to mitigate some of the flow of debris and mud that we could stop. Some of it we're not going to be able to stop, but we assessed those areas and put crews in both fire areas to mitigate those with not only just what you see on the streets here, but on the hillsides and those areas that are most vulnerable to the kind of flow that we may see. We were lucky, as the governor said in the last two, that we didn't get as much rain as we expected. We expect a bit more this time, and so we are having those crews stand by as opposed to demobilizing them, and so that they will be able to pivot and work on any areas that we see that become risk areas over and above what we've already identified.
Major General, this is not going to slow down your work, right?
No, sir. And I mentioned my other duties. The Los Angeles district is very active in this space as well. So there are things that we are doing to make sure that we're in overdrive, making sure that the work that we have to do, thinking about the staging areas, but we are active and getting after it and anticipate knowing that.
Governor.
We talked about rebuilding, plans coming in already. I had a wildfire expert say it doesn't cost any more to build your home fire resistant than it does to build the old-fashioned way. Are there requirements that they do that?
Well, there's new building codes. You got a lot of homes here built in the 30s, 40s, and 50s that weren't subject to a lot of those new building codes. So by definition, they're going to be dramatically more resilient. The question is, at where do we cut that off? And we've been talking to, for example, Mayor Bass's office. She talked about those 2017 codes versus the 2019 codes, and those are part of the discussions, part of the executive order that I was alluding to and previewing just a moment ago. But look, we're hearing from the exact expert you heard and other experts that for new construction, it's not significantly, and arguably not even marginally more expensive to take these to a whole nother level in terms of creating fire-resistant homes. When you're doing a remodel, there are, I think you have to level set some perhaps additional burdens and challenges, by definition, then extended in additional costs. But for new construction, that's important. Here's what I'm most worried about for new construction. It's what everyone's worried about. Just supply-demand, issues of constraints. Issues around everybody accessing materials and supplies at the exact same time, not just those physical supplies, but human capital that's required as well. And so we've been stress testing every conceivable. I've previewed this 3 or 4 times with all of you as it relates to some of our apprenticeship programs, looking in-state, out-of-state, looking, when I say in-state, other parts, regions within the state of California to access the workforce. The supply chain concerns are one of the reasons LA Rises was conceived. It's one of the reasons some of these other organizations are conceived, looking at pooling leveraged purchases, looking at scaling some of the rebuild. And so there's a lot of work that's being done behind the scenes, including with architects, some of the best and the brightest from around the globe. We were just with a world's leading architect in Japan that is also advising on some of this. And so part of what we previewed at LA Rises was it was an extended period of engagement so that we can make available these resources to the community. Again, we're not dictating the design. We're not dictating the rebuild. But we want to make it easier, informed by the Tubbs fire and their experience of getting substantially 80% or so of that community rebuilt, 5,600 structures, remind you, in the Tubbs fire, 80% of that rebuilt within about 3 years. They're helping inform some of this process. We just had Hawaii was out here. They're nonprofits, not just some of their key experts. We're getting the benefit of some of the best and brightest minds from across the country and around the globe.
Governor, this is such an important federal state partnership. Can you give us some insight in what you said to President Trump and what he said to you?
Well, we had extended conversation about the recovery, and he, I couldn't impress upon him more how grateful we were for the work the EPA was doing and how that work was accelerated and how that work was coming together. And we had an opportunity to talk to the EPA director together to stress test some of that, who was on his way, quite literally. I was at the airport. You saw him just a few days ago out here.
California Governor Gavin Newsom speaking on debris removal, giving the latest guidance and updates for those Southern California residents so deeply impacted by the fires. All right, everyone, we will take another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we will take you out live to another event that is happening out in Rhode Island. We'll have all the details for you on an assault weapons ban. We'll have that on the other side. right, everyone, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We have another event to go to bring you live out in Rhode Island right now, where Governor Dan McKee is joined by other state officials to discuss an assault weapons ban in the state. Let's listen in on Live Now.
Things we need to do in the fight for public safety. And thanks to him and all of you, we're confident we'll get it over the finish line this year. This is something we can do during a time when it seems so much is out of our hands. It's my pleasure to introduce Governor Dan McKee.
Thank you, Melissa. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here and talk about an important issue to all of us. I'm pleased to be here with our Lieutenant Governor, our Secretary of State, our Treasurer, who have stood with me before, and I've stood with them asking the same things. I know there's representation from the Attorney General's office here as well. But for these things to happen, you need leadership in the General Assembly. So I give certainly particular shout out to Representative Knight, along with Chairman DePalma, but also to your colleagues that are standing here as well, with our senators and our reps that are really moving in the right direction here. So let's give them the encouragement. So I think that we all can list examples that we never want to see in our state, and certainly we are impacted by events that happen in other states like Parkland High School or Aurora, Colorado, or the Pulse nightclub, or the Tree of Life synagogue in Pittsburgh, the San Bernardino holiday party, the Sutherland Springs church services, Sandy Hook. The list continues and goes on. And as Melissa said, look, we know there's not one issue that is going to protect 100%. But each time that we add to the list, and that's another thank you to our General Assembly members, and along with the coalition against the gun violence that's here today, and the Moms Demand Action Every Town. With them, with you, a great deal has happened in this General Assembly since I've been governor, because I know I've signed multiple bills. So again, thank you to the leadership that's coming from our Senate, from our House, and responding the way that has happened over the last few years. Today, we talk about another step, right? Making sure that that we do everything we can to protect everyone that's in the state, but in particular our young people in the state who can't really defend themselves if they find themselves in a position where assault weapons could play a role in changing their lives, in changing their families' lives, in changing their communities' lives. The state of Rhode Island, mourns in a way that is very emotional, right? When these things happen. So we're here today to talk about a state ban of certain semi-automatic shotguns, rifles, pistols that are considered assault weapons. And when we say a ban, we mean banning the purchase and the sale of assault weapons in Rhode Island, banning the manufacturing of assault weapons in Rhode Island, and banning the possession of assault weapons in Rhode Island. And there's common sense approaches on this. There's exceptions for law enforcement and the military as part of their occupational duties. We know that, and I've said this multiple times, that since I've been governor and I came in a lot of unrest, that it's time to bring our public safety and our communities together, and our communities and our public safety together, and we can't ignore that. We rely on them so heavily to create safety in our communities, and as a former mayor, I know I relied on my local police to make sure that our community was safe, and as Mayor Diosa did the same thing in this community, right? So if you are a Rhode Islander and you're ready and already own an assault weapon, you don't have to give it up. You do have to register it within the year. Reducing the number of high-capacity, rapid-fire weapons in circulation in Rhode Island is a common sense and impactful way to protect the health and safety of our residents. And over a period of time, when the ban is in place and purchases and manufacturing can no longer happen, you will find ourselves gradually getting to more and more of a safer spot. Now, for some, there's been a history to certainly my support for this issue, right? I've asked for this bill to be brought to my desk as early as signature in 2021. We did it again in 2022. Other things were happening, though, very positive things were happening, and I don't want to have us lose the fact that, the General Assembly wasn't listening to the people in front of me. They were, and I think that they need to be congratulated again. But again, in 23, not only the Speaker, but the Senate President said I need to be more vocal. So in 24, I did it. And this year at the State of the State, I got very vocal and made sure that. I am confident with the leadership that's in front of me, the leadership that's sitting in front of me, that as we're diligent and continue to really aggressively state why this is important to us and why this is important to the General Assembly members and their constituents, that I think this is the year that it'll happen. And then ask for the people that are listening in or that are in our own social circles. I'm asking the public to show your support for a ban. So this common sense legislation can become law, and we can all be a little safer. And as I mentioned, we know the majority of the people in the state of Rhode Island support this. It's up to us to make sure that we bring that voice out loud and clear and strong over the next few weeks. And I really encourage the General Assembly to make this one of the first issues that they deal with this year. That would be great to have a signing before you, and not have the signing, after session is over, which I'm sure we will gather together, but might not create a signature within the next 45 days. That would be a pretty good thing. So, and with that, thank you all for being here. Again, thank you for your leadership, the leadership that I stand with here. And with that, I'd like to have our Lieutenant Governor come in front of us. Sabina, thank you so much for your leadership.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Governor McKee, for your leadership in this issue. You have been committed to making sure that we pass common sense gun laws here in the state of Rhode Island. You have signed already several pieces of legislation. I'm looking forward for you to sign this other one. I want to thank the advocates, because without your work and your support and showing up in this building all the time, Moms Demands, the Coalition Against Gun Violence, it wouldn't happen without you. So thank you so much for what you do. Thank you for showing up, and thank you for speaking out and educating all of us here in this building about these important issues. And finally, I just want to acknowledge my fellow elected officials that are here in support of this legislation. It's so great to have all of the general officers in support of this piece of legislation, starting with the Governor, Secretary of State, the Treasurer, the Attorney General, but most importantly, the members of the General Assembly who are making this a priority and making this possible. So thank you, Senator DePalma, Rep. Knight, for your leadership in ensuring that when this legislation gets introduced, just know that you're going to continue to have the support of all of us here in this building to ensure that this legislation is passed. Let's make sure that we do everything we can to remove assault weapons from our communities, because we deserve to live in a community that is free from violence and from assault weapons. So thank you so much, and with that, I'm going to pass it over to Secretary Amore.
Good afternoon. I'll reiterate and thank the sponsors, the advocates, the members of the General Assembly who have been in this fight for a long time. I have been in this fight for 12 plus years now. I was elected a month before Sandy Hook. I was sworn in just after Sandy Hook. My first bill was an assault weapons ban bill. And it has been frustrating over the course of the years, and I acknowledge the great progress we have made. But this is a legislative process, so sometimes it takes a while. You can't executive order it. That's unconstitutional. So we fight, and we push, and we advocate, and we convince, and we cajole, and we make sure we do this the right way. And if it's challenged in court, we fight, and we push back, and we accept. And let's talk about that. Because this nation has banned assault weapons once before, in the recent past. And there were no court challenges to that. Or there were challenges, the courts upheld that ban. There's precedent here. And let's talk about this nation banning automatic weapons in the early 1930s because of what I have talked about time and time again, and that's mitigation. And that's what everybody here is talking about, mitigation. Making sure that we prevent these tragedies or the scale of these tragedies. So I'm here until this happens. I want to thank the governor for highlighting this in your budget. That's important. And again, let's keep pushing, because that's what we do as Americans in this democracy. Thank you. It's my pleasure to introduce my good friend, the Secretary, excuse me, the General Treasurer. We just switched, James Diosa.
You actually gave me a promotion. It's a big deal. But good afternoon. I stand in solidarity today with the governor, the lieutenant governor, my good friend, the Secretary of State, and all the legislative leaders, but more importantly, with the coalitions in front of me today, to say thank you to our governor for making this a priority in his budget and for his bold action in actually including it in his proposed budget. But I also want to give a strong shout out, a very, very clear shout out to Representative Knight and Chairman De Palma, because they are tireless advocates. And as I mentioned, we've been in this fight for very long, and I remember working alongside many of you during my time as mayor, and it was difficult meeting with families whose lives were irrevocably altered by gun violence. And I listened to their stories, witnessed their grief, and felt their pain. And I remember, after all of these mass shooting incidents, having long discussions with my police chief and understanding that, 1 minute with having a perpetrator with this type of assault gun meant a lot of casualties, and the possibilities of mitigating that was difficult at the time. And so these were very difficult conversations. I know, Mayor, your time as mayor, you had those conversations with your police chief, but one life lost is too many, and we can stop that by passing this bill. And the human toll on gun violence is staggering and extends well beyond emotional scars. It carries an economic burden as well. As treasurer, my office helps Rhode Islanders through the Crime Victims Compensation Program, providing up to $25,000 to help cover medical expenses, lost wages, or burial costs for those taken too soon. In the past 2 years, Treasury has distributed over $250,000 to victims of homicide and assault, many of whom were victims of gun violence. As a state, we have to continue with the steady drumbeat of progress in making Rhode Island a safer place. We have outlawed ghost guns, bump stocks, and large capacity magazines. It is now time to get rid of assault-style weapons off our streets. While this measure alone will not solve the gun violence epidemic, it will help in large and in a meaningful step toward ensuring our kids don't grow up in a school where active shooter drills are as routine as recess and where gun crime barely registers the news anymore. This bill is common sense, period. So let's make it happen. Thank you. Now it's my pleasure to introduce one of my good friends, Representative Jason Knight.
Good afternoon, everybody. I don't have a lot to add. We're here again. This bill's been in for the last few years, really since the Secretary of State's time, and even before that. It's time to get it done. And one thing that you hear about, particularly all the time, every day, these days is politics. It's politics, it's politics, it's politics. But I want to introduce a second word into the conversation, and really it's the first word, is to govern. We were all elected to govern, and the number one job of elected officials in the United States of America is to provide for public safety. Whatever else we are here to do, that's job one. We are here to protect. And one way to protect is to get rid of these weapons and to get them off our streets now. And we are going to do that. We're going to push and shove and advocate and legislate and get it done. Hopefully this year, I have all the confidence in the world that with the governor's assistance at highlighting the issue by putting it into the budget, with a change in the way the wind is blowing through the General Assembly that I think we can all sense this year, I believe that this is the year. 3 out of 4 Rhode Islanders want this to happen because they understand that safer streets means not having ARs and AK-style weapons on those streets. This is fundamental, and we're going to make it happen. And we're going to make it happen with your help and the help of everyone up here, and we're going to do it as a team. And that's really the beauty of Rhode Island. And with that in mind, I'd like to introduce Chairman DePalma, who's bringing the bill in the Senate this year.
Thank you, Rep. Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Secretary of State, Treasurer, Attorney General's office. It's unfortunate we need to be here, but it's important that we are. Categorically important that we are. I've been up here now in my 17th year, and you folks have been working on this for a long time. A long time. The time to pass the assault weapons ban bill is categorically this year. Categorically this year is the year it needs to pass. Rhode Island can be the 10th. There are 9 states plus the District of Columbia. We could be number 11, the 10th state to pass this bill. We have Connecticut to our left. We have Massachusetts to our north. Both have passed this bill. We can do it. We've heard what the Secretary of State had said with regards to, and the governor, this ban was in place a few decades ago for a while. It passed constitutional muster. I'm an engineer. I'm going to get into a few facts and data in a minute. You wouldn't expect me to do that otherwise. But at the end of the day, we can do this, and it will stand in Rhode Island. I do want to recognize my Senate colleagues here, and I think as I saw them come in, I counted them. I believe there are 9. By the way, of the 38 senators, I have 24 signatures on the bill. The bill gets... Our Senate Majority Leader, Val Lawson. Val, thank you for being here. We can thank all of them, but let's hold our applause to the end so we can get them all together. So Senator Lawson, Senator Valverde, Senator Coleman, Senator Loria, Senator Acosta, Senator DeMario, Senator Ujafusa, Senator Felag, Senator LaMountain, Senator Cazada. I knew I was going to miss one. And Senator Mack. Thank you all for being here. Oh, there's... Clearly, the number of folks that are here clearly show the support, but we have overwhelmingly support in the Senate. This bill comes to the floor, it passes. Will there be discussion? There categorically will. Will there be debate and dialogue between now and this bill passing? Absolutely. The work that you folks are doing, have done, needs to continue. It categorically needs to continue. As was said before, whether it's ghost guns, high-capacity magazines, safe storage, ammunition sales over 21, red flag law. As the governor indicated, all those have been done over the last N number of years. A couple of those were done because of what happened in Uvalde. I remember sitting in that chamber when Uvalde happened. It's categorically important that we do it now. The Senate President deserves a lot of thanks for his comments, and I'm sure you're all familiar with his comments. And basically what he said, he will closely review assault weapons legislation submitted in the 2025 session. Even though it may conflict with some of his thinking in the past, the Senate President has been very forthright and direct in making that statement.
This is the year that we need to make this pass. Categorically the year, and I think we have the avenue to do that. And clearly, thank you for the governor as well for submitting the article in the budget. Before I finish, I talked a little bit about numbers and facts. I want to talk about one number and one set of facts, or an equation I'm going to give you. You can go home and calculate it when you get there. But when an assault weapon or large capacity magazine is used in a public mass shooting, 14 times as many people are injured and twice as many people are killed compared to a non-assault weapon. It's a numbers thing. It's the killing, the mass damage from an assault weapons ban is all driven by kinetic energy. And if you want to think about it, kinetic energy is 1/2 the mass times the velocity squared. The velocity out of a handgun is 1. The velocity out of a AR-15 is 3. When I square that, I get 1 in 9. 9 times more damage is going to happen. It's that simple. It is that simple. The time to stop this is now. We need your support. We need to do this, and we can't stop until we get it over the goal line in 2025. Thank you. And I like to bring up Mayor Tretter from Students Demand Every Town. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mia Tretta and I'm a sophomore at Brown University. When I was 15, I was a typical freshman in high school. I was worried about my Spanish grade, which was slowly going downhill, and who was gonna ask me to the school dance. But on November 14th of 2019, an older student I had never met before entered my school with a gun in his backpack.
All right, state lawmakers in Rhode Island advocating that this will be the year for an assault weapons ban out in Rhode Island. Also hearing from victim advocates as well. So we'll keep an eye on that always for you right here on Live Now from Fox. As you can see on the other side of your screen, you got soon we are awaiting Elon Musk and President Trump to be making some remarks at the White House. As soon as we get that tape playback, we will bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But as you can see, snowing out in the East Coast, and it is going to be the same story tomorrow in the Midwest as well. So let's go out to Madison, Wisconsin right now. That is where we find Fox's Kennedy Hayes joining us here with the latest. Kennedy, what's it look like now, and what are you guys preparing for?
Hi, Mike. Well, you are looking at the calm before the storm. It's still very cold. If you're not wearing gloves, your hands will start to freeze just after a few minutes. But forecasters say the snow is going to start to fall as soon as tomorrow morning.
To snow tomorrow, but honestly, if it's going to be this cold, it might as well snow. Dang, I don't want it to snow. That's a bummer. It makes it harder for me to get to class because I walk and it takes longer.
I've been missing snow most of the season so far, so I'm looking forward to cross-country skiing and snowshoeing and just being out in it.
By Thursday, Madison could see snow totals between 3 and 8 inches. Travel could be dangerous tomorrow, especially on roads and sidewalks that aren't treated and may be slick. But the snow will be good for growing season here in the spring. This has been one of the driest winters in Madison in decades. So far, Madison's only seen about 11.5 inches of snow. Normally, the average is 3 times that amount, closer to 34 inches, according to the Fox Forecast Center. And bundling up the rest of the week will, of course, be important too. Temperatures are not likely going to climb over 20 degrees. Mike?
Yeah, today is the day when everyone prepares out in the Midwest, getting those grocery staples and making sure that they got everything because they know they'll be digging out sooner or later. Kennedy Hayes, thanks for joining us on Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate it right here. And before we go to a 2-minute break, do want to show you, this is from the National Weather Service in Milwaukee, saying a winter storm watch is in effect for southeastern Wisconsin starting tomorrow morning. Snow will overspread the area in the morning with the heaviest snow occurring during the afternoon and evening before ending late tomorrow night. Impacts will be be also with the Wednesday drive home are likely as well there. A live look right now at Madison, Wisconsin. Yeah, it is the calm before the storm, definitely there. All right, let's take our first break here of the hour. We will continue to bring you the latest live feeds, top stories, and of course, when breaking news happens, you know we have you covered always right here on Live Now. We're also keeping an eye on when we will get that tape playback of President Trump and Elon Musk inside the Oval Office. You are not going to want to miss that. We'll have it for you as soon as we get that feed here on Live Now from Fox. Also, keeping an eye on the Senate floor, where we have Senator Bernie Sanders speaking right now as they are currently debating the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard. We'll have that and much more coming up in just 2 minutes on Live Now. We'll be back. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us as we are just past 4 p.m. hour on the East Coast and 1 o'clock on the West Coast. Hope everyone is having a good day today, and we continue to bring you the latest top stories and headlines all right here. Well, the White House putting this out on X, a little behind the scenes right now inside of the Oval Office. This was the part where Elon Musk was talking to the media. You got President Trump sitting in his chair right there in the Oval Office. So what we'll do as soon, and this one update here from Caroline Levitt, the press secretary as well. So as soon as we get this feed, everyone, we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. A snowy day out in D.C., and a live look right here outside of the White House. And yeah, you can see that snow coming down. We were just talking about how the impacts on the East Coast, but also Midwest, a snowstorm expected tomorrow as well. So we'll have all the updates for you today and tomorrow regarding the weather, Midwest and the East Coast. Let's keep you in D.C., though. Take you out to Capitol Hill, where we do have more senators speaking on the floor right now.
Member of the Senate Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, I have a significant involvement in our nation's intelligence apparatus. And over the course of the confirmation hearings and the debate here on the floor about former Congresswoman Gabbard, I've concluded that she has an alarming record, revealed more fully in her confirmation hearings, but also in a review of her speeches, her travels, her positions as a Democrat, as a Congresswoman, as a candidate for president, as a supporter of President Trump. She has gone quite a distance. She has defended Edward Snowden. Snowden is widely viewed by folks in our intelligence community, our national security apparatus, our armed forces, and many here as a traitor who betrayed some of the most important secrets that are critical to keeping the United States secure. She would not, in her confirmation hearings, answer the question, is Edward Snowden a traitor? Ms. Gabbard bemoaned the rise of HTS in Syria, which recently overthrew the brutal dictator Bashar al-Assad, without mentioning the fall of Assad. She talked about how tragic it was that HTS overran Damascus, without mentioning the side benefit of the fall of a brutal dictator. And in her confirmation hearings, repeatedly dodged pointed and relevant questions about FISA and Section 702, key tools for our intelligence community. All of this is in keeping with a long-standing record as an apologist for authoritarians and even enemies of the United States. She has repeatedly blamed the United States and NATO for Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. And I will tell you, as someone who is about to go to the Munich Security Conference this weekend with a broad and bipartisan delegation from this body and from the House, I will never forget being at the Munich Security Conference just before Russia invaded Ukraine, broad spectrum. They'd been in eastern Ukraine at that point for years. They had occupied Crimea and then launched a war into the Donetsk, the Donbass, the eastern part of Ukraine. But it was just days after the Munich Security Conference in February of 2022 that tens of thousands of Russian troops, whole divisions, poured over the line in a broad spectrum invasion that included brutality against civilians, bombardment of the entire nation, ultimately cruel acts of violence against women and children, fully documented in the press and courts around the world. And yet Ms. Gabbard blamed the United States and NATO for provoking this invasion by Russia of a sovereign nation, a nation where the United States, in writing, guaranteed its territorial sovereignty in the 1994 agreement that led to them giving up their nuclear weapons. Ms. Gabbard visited Syria and met with Bashar al-Assad for several days in 2017 and relied on pro-Assad sources to cast doubt on accounts of his use of chemical weapons against his own people. She has a long history of repeating pro-Kremlin talking points and has become a favorite on Russian state media. She appears frequently because she frequently is attacking the United States in Russian state media. Mr. President, this body will all too soon take up the confirmation of Tulsi Gabbard. We should not proceed. We should not vote for her. Our nation faces massive threats that are growing day by day. Our nation is facing threats around the world, from North Korea and Iran, from China and from Russia, and we need an intelligence service equipped to respond to these challenges. Can we trust Tulsi Gabbard to lead our intelligence services and to respond to these threats? I cannot, we cannot, and we should not. This body should not vote to confirm Tulsi Gabbard as the next director of national intelligence. Thank you.
And the Senate is expected to vote on the floor for the nomination of DNI director there, Tulsi Gabbard. We'll be keeping an eye for you here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you continuing to join us all right here. We are got some breaking news images out of El Paso, Texas that we want to pass along to you. We are learning that one person is in serious condition after a vehicle explosion at a bus center near the El Paso airport. So these are live visuals. We'll keep an eye on this for you all right here on Live Now from Fox as we get more details. And if we get any sound, we will pass that along to you. This vehicle exploded in East El Paso near the Sun Metro bus headquarters, of course, sending a large dark plume of smoke in the air. Again, this feed can go a little bit in and out. So, again, we are bringing you those visuals as they come right here to us. All right. Once again, we are keeping an eye on the White House for tape playback of President Trump and Elon Musk inside the Oval Office. And look what I have here, folks. We just got the tape playback here. We are now awaiting them to play that out. As soon as they do, we will push that along for you right here. We'll have President Trump and Elon Musk inside of the Oval Office. So what I'll do is just sort of dance around right now, wait for them to play this out. Obviously, highly important here to take President Trump and Elon Musk. So much has been talked about, and we've been seeing today, even in the past week, as well as many Democrats really holding these rallies against Elon Musk and members of Doge, as they worry that Doge is going to be gutting a lot of the federal resources in this country. We also know from Edward Lawrence, Fox News, saying Fox confirms President Trump is expected to sign an executive order today directing agencies to work with the Department of Government Efficiency to cut staff. All right, here we go. We got it now. Tape playback is rolling, and so are we. In 3, 2, 1, let's go for it.
Nice to meet you here. Come here often?
X, are you okay? This is X, and he's a great guy, high IQ. He's a high IQ individual.
And he's got this, check out this cool chain he's got.
So thank you very much. We had a busy day today. The king just left, and we've had a great discussion, terrific discussion concerning Gaza and everything else. We had discussions also about Saturday at 12 o'clock. It's going to be a big moment. We'll see what happens. I don't expect much happening with these people, but we'll see what happens. And we're going to be signing a very important deal today. It's Doge, and I'm going to ask Elon to tell you a little bit about it and some of the things that we found, which are shocking. Billions and billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse. And I think it's very important. And that's one of the reasons I got elected. I said, we're going to do that. Nobody had any idea it was that bad, that sick, and that corrupt. And it seems hard to believe that judges want to try and stop us from looking for corruption, especially when we found hundreds of millions of dollars worth, much more than that, in just a short period of time. We want to weed out the corruption. And it seems hard to believe that a judge could say, we don't want you to do that. Well, so maybe we have to look at the judges, because that's a very serious, I think it's a very serious violation. I'll ask Elon Musk to say a few words, and we'll take some questions. Elon, go ahead.
Sure. So at a high level, if you say, what is the goal of Doge, and I think a significant part of the presidency is to restore democracy. This may seem like, well, are we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, okay, we would have to, if you it's all right. So, tell you, gravitas can be difficult sometimes. If there's not a good feedback loop from the people to the government, and if you have rule of the bureaucrat, or if the bureaucracy is in charge, and then what meaning does democracy actually have? If the people cannot vote and have their will be decided by their elected representatives in the form of the president and the Senate and the House, then we don't live in a democracy, we live in a bureaucracy. So it's incredibly important that we close that feedback loop, we fix that feedback loop, and that the public's elected representatives, the president, the House, and the Senate, decide what happens, as opposed to a large unelected bureaucracy. This is not to say that there aren't some good, there are good people who are in the federal bureaucracy, but you can't have an autonomous federal bureaucracy. You have to have one that is responsive to the people. That's the whole point of a democracy. And if you looked at this, if you looked at the founders today and said, what do you think of the way things have turned out? Well, we have this unelected, fourth unconstitutional branch of government, which is the bureaucracy, which has, in a lot of ways, currently more power than any elected representative. And this is not something that people want, and it does not match the will of the people. So it's just something we've got to fix. And we've also got to address the deficit. So we've got a $2 trillion deficit, and if we don't do something about this deficit, the country's going bankrupt. I mean, it's really astounding that the interest payments alone on the national debt exceed the Defense Department budget, which is shocking because we spend a lot of money on defense. But if that just keeps going, we're essentially going to bankrupt the country. So what I really want to say is, like, it's not optional for us to reduce the federal expenses. It's essential. It's essential for America to remain solvent as a country, and it's essential for America to have the resources necessary to provide things to its citizens and not simply be servicing vast amounts of debt.
And also, could you mention some of the things that your team has found, some of the crazy numbers, including the woman that walked away with about $30 million,
right,
etc.?
Well, we do find it sort of rather odd that there are quite a few people in the bureaucracy who have ostensibly a salary of a few $100,000, but somehow manage to accrue tens of millions of dollars in net worth while they are in that position, which is, what happened at USAID. We're just curious as to where it came from. Maybe they're very good at investing, in which case we should take their investment advice, perhaps. But there seems to be mysteriously they get wealthy. We don't know why. Where does it come from? And I think the reality is that they're getting wealthy at the taxpayer expense. That's the honest truth of it. So, we're looking at, if you look at, say Treasury, for example, basic controls that should be in place, that are in place in any company, such as making sure that any given payment has a payment categorization code, that there is a comment field that describes the payment, and that if a payment is on the do not pay list, that you don't actually pay it. None of those things are true currently. So the reason that departments can't pass audits is because the payments don't have a categorization code. It's like just a massive number of blank checks just flying out the building. So you can't reconcile blank checks. You've got comment fields that are also blank, so you don't know why the payment was made. And then we've got this truly absurd, a do not pay list, which can take up to a year for an organization to get on a do not pay list. And this, we're talking about terrorist organizations, we're talking about known fraudsters, known aspects of waste, known things that do not match any congressional appropriation, can take up to a year to get on the list, and even once on the list is not used. It's mind-blowing. So what we're talking about here, we're really just talking about adding common sense controls that should be present, that haven't been present. So you say, like, well, how could such a thing arise? That seems crazy. When you understand that really everything is geared towards complaint minimization, so then you understand the motivations. So if people receive money, they don't complain, obviously. But if people don't receive money, they do complain. And the fraudsters complain the loudest and the fastest. So then when you understand that, then it makes sense. Oh, that's why everything they approve all the payments at Treasury. Because if you approve all the payments, you don't get complaints. But now we're saying that, no, actually, we are going to complain. If money is spent badly, if your taxpayer dollars are not spent in a sensible and frugal manner, then that's not okay. Your tax dollars need to be spent wisely on things that matter to the people. I mean, these things, like, it's just common sense. It's not it's not draconian or radical. I think it's really just saying, let's look at each of these expenditures and say, is this actually in the best interest of the people? And if it is, it's approved. If it's not, we should think about it. So, there's crazy things like just cursory examination of Social Security, and we've got people in there that are 150 years old. Now, do you know anyone who's 150? I don't. Okay. They should be on the Guinness Book of World Records. They're missing out. So, that's a case where, I think they're probably dead. It's my guess. Or they should be very famous, one of the two. And then there's a whole bunch of Social Security payments where there's no identifying information. Well, why is there no identifying information? Obviously, we want to make sure that people who deserve to receive Social Security do receive it, and that they receive it quickly and accurately. I'll tell you another crazy thing. So, one of the things is we are trying to sort of right-size the federal bureaucracy, just make sure that this. Obviously, there need to be a lot of people working for the federal government, but not as many as currently. So we're saying, let's, if people can retire, with full benefits and everything, that would be good. They can retire, get their retirement payments, everything. And then we were told, this is actually, I think, a great anecdote, because we were told the most number of people that could retire possibly in a month is 10,000. We're like, well, why is that? Well, because all the retirement paperwork is manual on paper. It's manually calculated, then written down on a piece of paper. Then it goes down a mine. And what do you mean a mine? Yeah, there's a limestone mine where we store all the retirement paperwork. And you look at a picture of this mine. We'll post some pictures afterwards. And this mine looks like something out of the 50s because it was started in 1955. So it looks like it's like a time warp. And then the speed, the limiting factor is the speed at which the mine shaft elevator can move determines how many people can retire from the federal government. And the elevator breaks down sometimes, and then nobody can retire. Doesn't that sound crazy? There's 1,000 people that work on this. So I think if we can take those people and say, you know what, instead of working in a mine shaft and carrying manila envelopes to boxes in a mine shaft, you could do practically anything else, and you would add to the goods and services of the United States in a more useful way. So anyway, so I think that's an example. At a high level, if you say how do we increase prosperity, is we get people to shift from roles that are low to negative productivity to high productivity roles. And so you increase the total output of goods and services, which means that there's a higher standard of living available for everyone. That's the actual goal. Everyone's very quiet, by the way. Are people normally this quiet?
Your detractors, Mr. Musk.
What?
Including a lot of Democrats.
I have detractors?
You do, sir.
I don't believe it.
Say that you're orchestrating a hostile takeover of government and doing it in a non-transparent way. What's your response to that criticism?
Well, first of all, you couldn't ask for a stronger mandate from the public. The public voted, we have a majority of the public voting for President Trump. We've won the House, we won the Senate. The people voted for major government reform. There should be no doubt about that. That was on the campaign. The president spoke about that at every rally. The people voted for major government reform, and that's what the people are going to get. They're going to get what they voted for. And a lot of times, people that don't get what they voted for, but in this presidency, they are going to get what they voted for. And that's what democracy is all about.
Mr. Musk, the White House says that you will identify and excuse yourself from any conflicts of interest that you may have. Does that mean that you are, in effect, policing yourself? What are the checks and balances that are in place to ensure that there is accountability and transparency?
Well, we actually are trying to be as transparent as possible. In fact, we post our actions to the Doge handle on X and to the Doge website. So all of our actions are maximally transparent. In fact, I don't think there's been, I don't know of a case where an organization has been more transparent than the Doge organization. So, the kind of things we're doing are, I think, very, very simple and basic. They're not. what I mentioned, for example, about Treasury, just making sure that payments that go out, taxpayer money that goes out, is categorized correctly, that the payment is explained, that organizations on the do not pay list, which takes a lot to get there, that actually are not paid, which currently they are paid. These are not individual judgment decisions. These are about simply having sensible checks and balances in the system itself to ensure that taxpayer money is spent well. So it's got nothing to do with, like, say, a contract for some company of mine at all.
But if there is a conflict of interest when it comes to you yourself, for instance, you've received billions of dollars in federal contracts when it comes to the Pentagon, for instance, which the president, I know, has directed you to look into.
Yeah.
Are you policing yourself in that? Is there any sort of accountability check and balance in place that would provide any transparency for the American people?
Well, all of our actions are fully public. So if you see anything, you say, like, wait a second, hey, Elon, that seems like maybe that's, there's a conflict there. It's not like people are going to be shy about saying that. They'll say it immediately,
Including you yourself.
Yes. But transparency is what builds trust, not simply somebody asserting trust. So not somebody saying they're trustworthy, but transparency, so you can see everything that's going on. And then you can see, am I doing something that benefits one of my companies or not? It's totally obvious.
And if we thought that, we would not let him do that segment or look in that area if we thought there was a lack of transparency or a conflict of interest. And we watched that also. He's a big businessman. He's a successful guy. That's why we want him doing this. We don't want an unsuccessful guy doing this. Now, one thing also that Elon hasn't really mentioned are the groups of people that are getting some of these payments. They're ridiculous. And we're talking about billions of dollars that we've already found. We found fraud and abuse. I would say those two words as opposed to the third word that I usually use, but in this case, fraud and abuse. It's abusive because most of these things are virtually made up, or certainly money shouldn't be sent to them. And you know what I'm talking about. It's crazy. So, but we're talking about tens of billions of dollars that we've already found. And now a judge who's an activist judge wants to try and stop us from doing this. Why? Why would they want to do that? I campaigned on this. I campaigned on the fact that I said government is corrupt. And it is very corrupt. It's very, very, it's also foolish. As an example, a man has a contract for 3 months and the contract ends, but they keep paying him for the next 20 years, because nobody ends a contract. You get a lot of that. You have a contract that's a 3-month contract. Now, normally, if you're in a small, in all fairness, it's the size of this thing is so big.
Yeah.
But if you have a contract and you're in a regular business, you end the contract in 3 months. It's a consultant. Here's a contract for 3 months, but it goes on for 20 years. And the guy doesn't say that he got money for 20 years, They don't say it. They just keep getting checks month after month. And you have various things like that, and even much worse than that, actually, much worse. And I guess you call that incompetence, maybe.
Yeah.
It could be corruption. It could be a deals made on both sides, where the guy gets the money, he kicks. I think there's a lot of kickback here. I see a lot of kickback here.
There's a lot of kickbacks.
Tremendous kickback, because nobody could be so stupid to give out some of these contracts, so he has to get a kickback. So that's what I got elected for, that and borders and military and a lot of things, but this is a big part of it. And I hope that the court system is going to allow us to do what we have to do. We got elected to among other things, find all of this fraud, abuse, all of this horrible stuff going on. And we've already found billions of dollars, not like a little bit, billions, many billions of dollars. And when you get down to it, it's going to be probably close to $1 trillion. It could be close to $1 trillion that we're going to find. That will have quite an impact on the budget. And you'll go to a judge where they handpick a judge, and he has certain leanings. I'm not knocking anybody for that, but he has certain leanings. And he wants us to stop looking. How do you stop looking? I mean, we've already found it. We have a case in New York where a hotel has paid $59 million, $59 million because it's housing migrants, illegal migrants. All illegal, I believe.
And they were being paid twice the normal room rate at 100% occupancy.
Unbelievable.
So it's a racket.
Mr. Musk, can I ask you a question? You
Well,
said on,
if I may sort of just going for the president's comments, at a high level, you say, well, what are the two ingredients that are really necessary in order to cut the budget deficit in half from 2 trillion to 1 trillion? And it's really two things: competence and caring. And if you add competence and caring, you'll cut the budget deficit in half. And I fully expect to be scrutinized and get a daily proctology exam, basically. Might as well just camp out there. So it's not like I think I can get away with something. I'll be scrutinized nonstop. But with the support of the president, we can cut the budget deficit in half from 2 trillion to 1, and then with deregulation, because there's a lot of sort of regulations that don't ultimately serve the public good. We need to free the builders of America to build. And if we do that, that means I think we can get the economic growth to be maybe 3-4%, maybe 5%. And that means if you can get $1 trillion of economic growth and you cut the budget deficit by $1 trillion, between now and next year, there is no inflation. There's no inflation in 26. And if the government is not borrowing as much, it means that interest costs decline. So everyone's, the mortgage, their car payment, their credit card bills, anything, their student debt, the monthly payments drop. That's a fantastic scenario for the average American. I mean, imagine they're going down the grocery aisle and the prices from one year to the next are the same, and their mortgage, all their debt payments dropped. How great is that for the average American?
We had no idea we were going to find this much, and it's open. It's not like complicated. It's
not
simple
that complicated.
Stuff. It's
like
a
lot of work. Yeah.
We can't believe it. A lot of work, a lot of smart people involved. Very, very smart people. But you're talking about anywhere maybe 500 billion. It's crazy the kind of numbers you're talking
really crazy.
about. You know, normally when you're looking at something, you'll find you're looking for 1 out of 100. Here, you're almost reversing it. You look for one that's good.
Yeah.
And you can look at the title and you say, why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? And the public gets it. You know, the public gets it. You've seen the polls. The public is saying, why are we paying all this money? This for years, this has gone on.
Mr. Musk, President Trump,
Yeah, go ahead. Wait, go ahead.
Senator Rand Paul today said that DOJ cuts will ultimately need a vote in Congress. Do you agree with that? Is that the plan?
I really don't know. I know this. We're finding tremendous fraud and tremendous abuse. If I need a vote of Congress to find fraud and abuse, it's fine with me. I think we'll get the vote, although there'll be some people that wouldn't vote. And how could a judge want to hold us back from finding all of this fraud and finding all of this incompetence? Why would that happen? Why would even Congress want to do that? Now, Congress, if we do need a vote, I think we'd get a very easy vote because we have a track record now. We've already found billions of dollars of abuse, incompetence, and corruption. A lot of corruption.
If a judge does block one of your policies, part of your agenda, will you abide by that ruling? Will you comply?
Well, I always abide by the courts, and then I'll have to appeal it. But then what he's done is he slowed down the momentum. And it gives crooked people more time to cover up the books. You know, if a person's crooked and they get caught, other people see that, and all of a sudden it becomes harder later on. So, yeah, the answer is I always abide by the courts, always abide by them, and will appeal. But appeals take a long time, and I would hope that a judge, if you go into a judge and you show him, here's a corrupt situation, we have a check to be sent, but we found it to be corrupt. Do you want us to send this corrupt check to a person, or do you want us not to give it and give it back to the taxpayer? I would hope a judge would say, don't send it, give it back to the taxpayer.
Yeah, if I can add to that, what we're finding is that a bunch of the fraud is not even going to Americans. So I think we can all agree that if there's going to be fraud, it should at least go to Americans. But a bunch of the fraud rings that are operating in the United States and taking advantage of the federal government, especially in the entitlements programs, are actually foreign fraud rings. They're operating in other countries and actually exporting money to other countries. We should stop that. And this is big numbers. Talk about $100 to $200 billion a year. Sure. Serious money.
Mr. Musk, you said on X
that an example of the fraud that you have cited was $50 million of condoms was sent to Gaza. But after fact-check this, apparently Gaza in Mozambique, and the program was to protect them against HIV. So can you correct this statement? It wasn't sent to Hamas, actually. It was sent to Mozambique, which makes sense why condoms was sent there.
Yeah.
And how can we make sure that all the statements that you said were correct, so we can trust what you say?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect and should be corrected. So nobody's going to bat 1,000. I mean, we will make mistakes, but we'll act quickly to correct any mistakes. I'm not sure we should be sending $50 million worth of condoms to anywhere, frankly. I'm not sure that's something Americans would be really excited about. And that is really an enormous number of condoms, if you think about it. But if it went to Mozambique instead of Gaza, I'm like, okay, that's not as bad, but still, why are we doing that?
Mr. Musk, can you talk a little bit about how closely you're working with agency heads as you're directing these cuts? Do they have how much input do agency heads have when you're making these decisions?
Yeah, we work closely with the agency heads, there are sort of checks in place. So it's not just us just going in and doing things willy-nilly. It's in partnership with the agency heads, and I check frequently with the president to make sure that this is what the president wants to have happen. So we talk almost every day, and I double check things to make sure, is this something, Mr. President, you want us to do this? Then we'll do it.
USAID has been one of your main targets. Are you concerned at all that some of the cuts or that shutting that agency altogether may lead to diseases or other bigger problems starting in other countries that then come to the United States? Yeah, so that's an interesting example. So that's something where we work closely with the State Department and Secretary Rubio. And we have, for example, turned on funding for Ebola prevention and for HIV prevention. You left that, you said?
Yes, correct. And we are moving fast, so we will make mistakes, but we'll also fix the mistakes very quickly. So
do you see it as a worthy cause, USAID?
I think that there's some worthy things, but overall, if you say what was the bang for the buck, I would say it was not very good. And there was far too much of what USAID was doing was influencing elections in ways that I think were dubious and do not stand the light of day.
I can just ask a follow-up to the Pentagon contracts. If you have received billions of dollars in contracts from the Pentagon, and the president's directing you to look into the Department of Defense, is that a conflict of interest?
Are going to do at the president's request.
Does that present a conflict of interest for you?
No, because you'd have to look at the individual contract and say, first of all, I'm not the one, filing the contract. It's people at SpaceX or someone who will be putting for the contract. And I'd like to say, if you see any contract where where it was awarded to SpaceX and it wasn't by far the best value for money for the taxpayer, let me know, because every one of them was.
The president said the other day that you might look at treasuries. Could you explain that a little bit? What kind of fraud, and that question goes to both of you, what kind of fraud are you expecting to see or do you see right now in U.S. treasuries?
Yeah, I think you mean the Treasury Department as opposed to Treasury bills, or...
You also referenced treasuries on Air Force One the other night.
Go ahead. Well, as I mentioned earlier, really, the first order of business is to make sure we're actually collecting... Sorry for this. I thought my son might enjoy this, but he's sticking his fingers in my ears and stuff. So it's a bit hard to hear sometimes. Hey, stop that. No, the stuff we're doing with the Treasury Department is so basic that you can't believe it doesn't exist already. So for example, like I mentioned, just making sure that when a payment goes out, it has to have a payment categorization code. It's like, what type of payment is this? You can't just leave the field blank. Currently, many payments, the field is left blank. And you have to describe what's the payment for, some basic rationalization. That also is left blank. So this is why, the Pentagon, when's the last time the Pentagon passed an audit? I mean, a decade ago, maybe? Ever? Really? And we want to just, in order to actually pass audits, you have to have financial information that allows you to trace the payments. And once in a while, the Treasury has to pause payments if it thinks the payment is going to a fraudulent organization. Like, if a company or an organization is on a do not pay list, we should not pay it. I'm sure you would agree. Like, if it's quite hard to get on that payment, the do not pay list, it means that this is someone that is like dead people, terrorists, known fraudsters, that kind of thing. We should not pay them. But currently we do, which is crazy. We should stop that.
Many transactions. And by the way, hundreds, thousands of transactions like that. You know, we have a big team. And for the sake of the country, I hope that the person that's in charge and the other people that report to me that are in charge are allowed to do the right thing, namely make sure everything's honest, legitimate, and competent. But we're looking at just, when you look at USAID, that's one. We're going to look at the military. We're going to look at education. They're much bigger areas. But the USAID is really corrupt. I'll tell you, it's corrupt. It's incompetent, and it's really corrupt. And I can't imagine a judge saying, well, it may be corrupt, but you don't have the right. You got elected to look over the country and to, as we say, make America great again, but you don't have the right to go and look and see whether or not things are right that they're paying or that things are honest that they're paying. And nobody can even believe this. Other people, law professors, they've been saying, how can you take that person's right away? You're supposed to be running the country, but we're not allowed to look at who they're paying it to and what they're paying. We have massive amounts of fraud that we caught. I think we probably caught way over a lot of billions of dollars already in, 2 weeks?
Yes.
And it's going to go to numbers that you're not going to believe. And much, as I said, much is incompetence and much is dishonesty. We have to catch it. And the only way we're going to catch it is to look for it. And if a judge is going to say you're not allowed to look for it, that's pretty sad for our country. I don't understand how it could even work.
On the buyout program, can you personally guarantee that...
Which one?
The buyout program, the operative federal workers. Can you personally guarantee that the workers who opt in to resign now will be paid through September?
They'll get their money, but they're getting a good deal. They're getting a big buyout. And what we're trying to do is reduce government. We have too many people. We have office space. It's occupied by 4%. Nobody's showing up to work because they were told not to. And then Biden gave them a 5-year pass, some of them, 48,000 of them, gave them a 5-year pass, that for 5 years you don't have to show up to work. And let me tell you, this is largely, much of this stuff is because of Biden. It's his fault. He allowed this country, what he did on our border. What he did on our border is almost not as bad as what he did with all of these contracts that have come out. It's a very sad day when we look at it. I can't even believe it. But many contracts just extend, and they just keep extending, and there was nobody there to correct it. And that cannot be, I can't imagine that could be held up by the court. Any court that would say that the president or his representatives, like Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary of State, whatever, doesn't have the right to go over their books and make sure everything's honest. I mean, how can you have a country? You can't have anything that way. You can't have a business that way. You can't have a country that way. Hey, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Head it out.
Coming back tonight. Mark Fogel will be at the White House tonight at about 10 o'clock. If you want to come over, you can say hello to him.
Did the U.S. give anything in return?
Not much. No, they were very nice. We were treated very nicely by Russia, actually. I hope that's the beginning of a relationship where we can end that war and millions of people can stop being killed. They've lost millions of people. They lost, in terms of soldiers, probably 1.5 million soldiers in a short period of time. We got to stop that war. And I'm interested primarily from the standpoint of death. We're losing all those soldiers. And they're not American soldiers, they're Ukrainian and Russian soldiers. But you're probably talking about 1.5 million. I think we got to bring that one to an end. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're moving.
Let's go. Let's move.
Thank you. We're moving.
10 o'clock tonight at the White House.
All right.
And that was the tape playback of President Trump and Elon Musk really doubling down and even at times tripling down on the effects there of Doge and really Elon Musk's role in that department as Elon Musk says he's trying to find wasteful spending in the federal government. And right there was a perfect example of what we do here on Live Now from Fox. No sound bites. We played out the event for you from the beginning all the way until the end. No commercial breaks to interrupt there as well. And you can always find it right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take a 2-minute break now that we are done with that tape playback. You're watching. And welcome back, everyone, here Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. As we continue to roll on right now, I do want to show you some remarks earlier from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth out in Germany speaking with reporters. On the other side of that, you are going to see my colleague Andy Mack. He will be with you then for the next couple of hours, bringing the day's biggest top stories as well. So let's go out right now to the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
Two COCOMs that are right in the front lines of advancing American interests. Proud to be here today. Just an impressive display of what Americans are doing in far-flung places for the American people. So proud to be here, for sure. I think we have a local. Where's our local reporter? I'd like to go first to our local.
Thanks so much. So, where are you from? From Stuttgarter Nachrichten. That's the second biggest newspaper in Germany.
Well, it's my favorite now.
Thank you so much. You are visiting Africa as one of your first points in your duty. Does that mean that the American strategic aims in Africa are going to change?
Well, I think it's a reflection of the importance of that command as well as EUCOM. We spent this morning at EUCOM as well. It made sense to come to both if we're here in Germany. But it's also a reflection that, you know, the PRC's intentions are pernicious, not just in their part of the world, but also in South America and on the African continent. And America's posture there, along with allies and partners, is going to matter about contesting that space. So it certainly remains a priority. You saw the strike in Somalia on February 1st. That, as we talk to the command, that's a reflection also of pushing decision authority down, untying the hands of warfighters who, in the previous administration, made multiple requests and were often denied for that kind of kinetic action, or the decision had to be made at the White House when it should be made at the 4-star level or at the Secretary of Defense level more quickly based on the ability to degrade the enemy. So this is a very important part of the world for us. The President feels that way as well, and we're honored to be here. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, are you planning to cut the number of American forces in Europe, shift to the Pacific, and focus on China?
There are no plans right now in the making to cut anything. There is a understanding that we're going to review force posture across the world, right? President Trump's planning assumptions are different in many ways, or at least strategic assumptions, than Joe Biden's were. We certainly don't want to plan on the back of the withdrawal from Afghanistan and what happened on October 7th and the war that was unleashed in Ukraine. You have to manage and mitigate those things by coming alongside your friends in Israel, ensuring their defense, and peacefully resolving the conflict in Ukraine. But those shouldn't define how we orient. And with hopefully a rapid peace deal in Ukraine, which the president is committed to delivering, we can then review force posture and encourage, as you're gonna see tomorrow in Ukraine at the Ukraine Contact Group and the NATO Ministerial, we're gonna have straight talk with our friends. This kind of urgency of this moment requires friends talking to friends about capabilities, about leadership, about stepping up, about burden sharing, and the incentives to say the European continent deserves to be free from any aggression, but it ought be those in the neighborhood investing the most in that collective, individual and collective defense. That's common sense, as the president talks a lot about. Common sense is you defend your neighborhood and the Americans will come alongside you in helping in that defense. If and when that happens, and I believe it will, because of President Trump, most NATO countries are already close to 2%. We believe that needs to be higher. The president has said 5%. I think he's right. That's a reflection of a need to invest on the continent. If and when that happens through investments in defense industrial base as well, then yes, America, as the leader of the free world, defending American interests, is going to need to make sure we're focused properly on the Communist Chinese and their ambitions in the Indo-Pacific and, as I mentioned before, around the world. So we would be remiss in not reviewing force posture everywhere, but it would be the wrong planning assumption to say, oh, America's abandoning something or America's leaving. No, America's smart to observe, plan, prioritize, and project power where we need to deter conflict. We don't want conflict with China. We don't want, the president has ran on being a peace president and he's delivered that. But being strong, peace through strength, is how you deter that. And we want to posture for that, just like we believe the Europeans alongside our support need to on the continent as well.
Is China the biggest threat to the United States?
Well, right now, the biggest threat was securing our own border, which we are addressing rapidly. And I'm proud of what NORTHCOM has done and the Defense Department has done, is shifting there. You don't have a country if you don't have borders, as the president has pointed out. And we've been defending other people's borders for a long time. Time to defend ours. So we're sealing that border. We're continuing to doing that. But as far as external threats, there's just no doubt the Communist Chinese ambitions are robust. Their view of the world is quite different than ours. And whoever carries that mantle is going to set the tone for the 21st century.
You made a point to do PT with 10th group this morning on very little sleep. Why was it so important for you to do this? And tell us about the workout.
I did do PT with the troops this morning. Listen, it's not that long ago that I was right there with them. I probably, no offense, General, I probably connect more with those guys than I do with four-star generals. But now I get the chance of working with four stars and others who are committed to the troops. But when I can get down, do push-ups and deadlifts with the troops, and just hear from them, what's working, what isn't, how do you see your mission set? I love that. So there was never a doubt, even though we got in at 2 in the morning, that we were getting up a couple hours later to go do PT. It's a reminder that you guys, the press in Washington might think I'm young, but in military terms, I'm old. And that showed this morning with these young guys who ran circles around me in that parking lot.
Secretary,
Go ahead.
Thanks for doing this. You mentioned earlier that President Trump wants NATO countries to spend 5% of their GDP on defense. Do you think the U.S. should also spend 5% of its GDP on defense?
Well, I think the U.S. needs to spend more than the Biden administration was willing to, who historically underinvested in the capabilities of our military. So the president is committed, as he was in the first term, to rebuilding America's military by investing. And you're going to see that in the conversations on Capitol Hill. We've already been intimately involved with the folks on HASC and SASC and the appropriations, talking about the capabilities we're going to need, not just next year and the year after that or for the next 4 years, but for power projection going forward. And then the reforms needed to make sure that every dollar goes further. Now, at a minimum, we should not go below 3%. That's a view I know the president shares. But as far as going forward in that, Those are decisions he will make based on my consultations with him. Listen, any defense secretary would be lying if they said they didn't want more. You always want more, but we live in fiscally constrained times where we need to be responsible with taxpayer dollars. We're $37 trillion in debt. That's a national security liability as well. So we're going to work with Capitol Hill. The president's going to lead the way on making sure the troops have the resources they need and that we truly rebuild our military just like President Trump did in the first term.
All right, you're just listening in there to Pete Hegseth in Germany making some comments about his trip overseas and other comments as he did work out there. Some PT earlier on today. He's going to visit Brussels in Belgium and then Poland on the next coming days. A lot of international subjects we'll cover here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to turn our attention now back here at home in Washington, D.C. And you can see just this, a whiteout at the White House as snow continues to fall in our nation's capital. A post from the National Weather Service there from Baltimore, Washington, D.C. Moderate to heavy snow heading toward the northeast will impact the metro area within the next hour. 1 to 2 inches per hour rates possible as the snow band pushes through. If you're traveling, be prepared for those snow-covered roads. All right, let's take you right now out to our Fox 5 Washington, D.C. crew as they track this storm.
Weather cameras, and you can see here, especially from the higher vantage points, visibility is low at this hour. Several spots across the region have been seeing hours of snow at this point, and pretty much as we expected, it's coming in.
Yeah, we've been closely tracking the latest winter weather system. Already school closures for tomorrow coming in. Frederick City Public Schools, Stafford Schools, school is out for those students.
And our team out live in neighborhoods across the DMV.
Yeah, we're going to check in with Gwen Talbert, Bob Barnard, David Kaplan in a moment. But first, Mike Thomas has been tracking the latest storm.
Mike?
Marina, we are getting you ready across our SkyCam network. Well, I guess we don't have to get you ready anymore. Snow's already falling around the D.C. area. So hopefully you took heed of the forecast and are making some safe evening plans. Temperatures have it freezing. D.C. winds out of the south and east 6 miles per hour. So not overly gusty, but enough to get those visibilities down. You see that 0 for visibilities right now in D.C., given the steadiness to the snow that's falling. And we do have several more hours of this yet to go here. Washington and areas just to the south and east, like we said, are getting some of the heavier amounts. You see all this moisture still back to the west of us, which has to kind of swing up and over us as we head through the evening hours tonight. We'll go in Storm Tracker radar, certainly showing some of the steadiest snows down to the south, but those heavier bands starting to encroach on Prince George's, Montgomery, getting into parts of Howard and Anne Arundel County. Much lighter snows north and west, but even those areas picking up some light snow on the ground. We're watching sleet mix in. Again, I know it shows all snow on radar, but if you go in into the details, down to the south around Fredericksburg and then across parts of the northern neck towards Richmond, radar is indicating that some sleet is mixing in with the snow down that way. Still, that hasn't stopped it from piling up, and as we check out some snow reports across the area, we go down to Calvert County there. That's Prince Frederick. They've gotten just about 2 inches, probably over that by now, as that reports from about 3:30 this afternoon. One a little closer to 4:53 there at St. Charles in Charles County, 1.9 inches of snow for them. Down into central Virginia, we got Joshtown and Fredericksburg. They've been piling up pretty quick. 45 minutes ago, 3 inches of snow had been reported down in Fredericksburg. And then Culpeper, you as well, as of 4:15, 3 inches of snow out that way. So certainly continuing to track it for you here in the weather department. We still like our numbers. Think they're going to end up with about 5 to 8 inches. In some spots, 9 or 10 can't be ruled out down along this line where snow is heaviest. DC 4 to 6, 2 to 4 as you head north and west across portions of northern Maryland. And you'll taper off pretty quick from there the farther north and west you go. Widespread winter storm warnings remain up. D.C., Annapolis, down through southern Maryland, northern neck. And then as we head through the late evening hours tonight, expecting the snow to taper off as we approach the midnight hour. But yeah, I expect that those school closures you guys are getting probably going to keep rolling in as we head into the evening hours tonight. Guys?
All right, we're going to see you a lot over the next couple of hours, Mike. Thank you. And much like the last snowstorm we saw just about a month ago, today looks like southern Maryland's going to be the area we're going to see a lot of it.
Our Gwen Talbert has been in Charles County all afternoon long, and it seems like certainly accumulating behind you. Hey, Gwen.
Yeah, definitely. It wasn't like this at all when we first arrived. In fact, we just barely had some on the grassy surfaces. But look now around me, and you can see we actually just saw a truck coming through and plowing some of the snow here in this shopping center that we're situated at. But we can see a really big difference in how it is piled up on the cars and even on the ground here, where when I moved my foot previously, there was hardly anything that even covered it. But now, a totally different story. So it's been coming down pretty steadily throughout the entire time. And this is a wet snow, so definitely, as we always talk about, a snowball snow. But we've got some video to show you, because with that storm that came in January, take a look. This area got anywhere from 9 to about a foot of snowfall across the region. And it was really quite a time for them at that point. And the video shows you, they were plowing away, and it was pretty common throughout just about all of southern Maryland on January 5th and 6th that they were digging out from anywhere from 6 to even 12 inches, and Waldorf alone got 11.9. We spoke to some people earlier today about, dealing with the storm from this year to last year, from last year to this year, and what they thought about what was coming. And here's what they had to say and how they were preparing. Take a listen.
I think it's just natural. I think we're going to be okay. I think it'll be a little bit of snow. Maybe we'll get a snow day off tomorrow, hopefully, fingers crossed.
And were you out here preparing, buying anything in particular?
Yep, just getting those last-minute items that we need before we're all snowed in for the night.
Everybody just started coming back to work and everything, so it'll be tough for people trying to get to work the next day. So I hope it don't get too bad.
And you came out here, you stocking up or what?
Yes, I had to come by and put, a few groceries in the refrigerator and everything.
So do you have plans for the rest of the day?
No, I'm going home. I just recently retired, so I don't have to come out here in this weather tomorrow.
That's good. Well, back out here live, that really works for him. He's happy that he's retired and doesn't have to deal with it. And, people have been talking to us earlier about the fact that looks like a snow day tomorrow, working in the educational system. They'll get a day off. But I think the sector that really will appreciate that day off will be the kids, because definitely they're going to get a day that they can just kind of kick it back. This is actually a snow with a lot of moisture in it, so it is definitely snow that'll make good snowballs and kind of perfect for sledding as well. So, but the fronts, the pattern across lower southern Maryland, that's what's been happening. That pattern has just been moving its way across this region, and that's what happened today. Today we've got the overrunning. So, in other words, the moisture overrunning the system, coming into the colder air and then coming down as snow. So either way, this is going to be an area that's going to be one of the bullet spots for sure when it comes to final totals.
All right, right there in the nation's capital, kind of at the center of that point, as you can see a live picture right now in our nation's capital. A snowstorm has descended on that region. Snow rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour for the next several hours. So you can imagine that will pile up very, very quickly. Already some schools canceling school for tomorrow, so making sure people are safe out there. All right, we're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Move up the coast after the quick 2-minute break, talking about New York City Mayor Eric Adams and the breaking news last night. He speaks out today. We'll hear some of his comments coming up after this. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. We've been following the breaking news since late on Monday night as the Department of Justice, they ordered federal prosecutors in Manhattan to drop the criminal case against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. And of course, early on Tuesday, we did hear from him addressing the public saying, quote, "I never broke the law and I never will." So this is a developing story we are following closely here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to bring into the conversation right now Fox 5's Morgan Mackay on the ground there in the Big Apple. Morgan, thank you so much for joining us. What can you tell us about the latest? What else did he say today?
Hey, Andy. Mayor Eric Adams gave a 6-minute closed-door video address and did not take any questions from reporters, but did say that now that the Justice Department is moving to drop these charges against him, he's ready to move forward. But Reverend Al Sharpton calling this move by the DOJ political blackmail and says that all options are on the table right now, including calling on Governor Kathy Hochul to remove Adams from office.
This has been the most difficult 15 months of my life.
Mayor Eric Adams addressing the public for the first time since the Justice Department ordered federal prosecutors to drop the criminal corruption and bribery charges against Adams.
Well, I thank the Justice Department for its honesty. Now, we can put this cruel episode behind us and focus entirely on the future of our city. It's time to move forward.
Although Adams might be ready to move forward, the Justice Department made clear that they did not assess the evidence in this case and left the door open for prosecutors to revisit Adams' case after the November election. But because of this open door, critics are saying Adams is compromised, forced to obey President Donald Trump or face a possibility of charges being reintroduced. Reverend Al Sharpton, who is a close ally of Adams, made his concern clear, saying he will be convening black elected officials over the next several days in order to decide how to respond, saying in a statement, quote, "If the mayor were to disagree with the president, does that mean they have the right to call a trial on him at any time? It certainly sounds like President Trump is holding the mayor hostage." Adams never mentioned Trump in his video, but did say this.
I absolutely never traded my power as an elected official for any personal benefit.
But Adams' primary opponents are already accusing him of selling out the city for his own gain, pointing to new guidance Adams issued to city employees, warning them not to interfere with immigration officers. The Justice Department also writing that one of the reasons a case should be dismissed is so that Adams can focus on illegal immigration in the city.
I think Mayor Adams is doing what is necessary to save his own skin.
There's no such thing as a free lunch, right? Donald Trump didn't drop the charges because Eric Adams is his Mar-a-Lago buddy.
New Yorkers demand leadership that's accountable to them and not to President Trump.
Today, Eric Adams no longer works for New Yorkers. He works for Donald Trump.
Now, Governor Kathy Hochul not really wanting to weigh in today. She did say that she doesn't want to remove Adams from office. Now, when asked if she believes if Adams is compromised, she said, quote, "I truly do not know." Reporting live, I'm Morgan Mackay. Andy, back to you.
All right, thank you so much. And as you mentioned, it was a closed door address to the public today. If you were able to be in that room, what question would you have asked, Morgan?
I guess I would ask Andy, what sort of conversations Adams had with President Trump in order to get these charges dismissed. If he did have a conversation with Trump, if this was more from his lawyers discussing with the Justice Department like we know they did last week. I'd also really want to hear his viewpoint about his critics calling him compromised, saying that he is going to bend to the will of Trump in order to not have these charges brought back again. So I would love to hear, how he's going to manage this and how he's going to reestablish this trust with the community.
That is a so very good point. And of course, the election coming up in November, and that's not that far off in the grand scheme of things. He was facing these charges. Now he potentially is not, but he's facing perception that he got a good deal to get out of them. How does this change the complexion of that race for the office?
So right now, some of his primary opponents, State Senator Jessica Ramos, she's calling on the State Attorney General Letitia James to open an investigation to see if there was some sort of quid pro quo, to see if Adams engaged in any sort of quid pro quo to get these charges dismissed. State Senator Zellner Myrie, another primary opponent, he's calling for a special prosecutor to examine this case. But at the end of the day, like you said, it's really probably going to be up to voters to decide whether or not this is going to hurt or help Adams. The primary is on June 24th, and it's really going to be up to voters to decide whether or not Adams is compromised and whether or not they believe he can lead the city in a way that's separate and independent from the federal government.
Yeah, so very interesting since we followed it late last night. Morgan McKay, great reporting as always. Great chatting with you. Talk again soon. All right, great conversation there with Morgan McKay in New York City. The bustling Big Apple here just past 5 o'clock, 5:15 on the East Coast. And I do want to take you out to those full comments from New York City Mayor Eric Adams after the Department of Justice ordered federal prosecutors to drop the criminal case against the New York City mayor. Let's listen in to what he had to say earlier today.
My fellow New Yorkers, as you may have heard, the Department of Justice has directed that the case against me be dismissed, finally ending a months-long saga that put me, my family, and this city through an unnecessary ordeal. As I said from the outset, I never broke the law, and I never would. I would never put any personal benefit above my solemn responsibility as your mayor. It is worth repeating the facts because many sensational and false claims have been made. So let me be clear. I never ask anyone to break the law on my behalf or on behalf of my campaign. Never. And I absolutely never traded my power as an elected official for any personal benefit. No witness ever came forward publicly to make claims against me. None of the baseless threats from prosecutors of new charges and new evidence ever materialized. And this case will no longer continue. Psalms 34:1 says, I will bless the Lord at all times. His praise shall continually be in my mouth. So I thank the Justice Department for its honesty. Now we can put this cruel episode behind us and focus entirely.
All right, you're just listening in there to Mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, talking about this. Let's quickly shift gears right now as we're following the latest, as American Mark Fogel was released from Russian custody today. I do want to take you out to this, a live picture. I believe this is his mother of Mark Fogel, who is an American teacher detained by Russia, heading back to American soil. This, according to the Trump administration. There is a camera potentially speaking on Zoom with her son. Let's just listen into this live picture here on LiveNOW from Fox.
I'm hoping you can hear us and see us. My name is Sasha Phillips. I am a family's attorney. Right next to me is Malphine Fogel. Mark Fogel's almost 96-year-old mother.
All right, it appears the video is frozen, but the audio is coming back. Let's continue to listen in.
Whoever it is that you want to thank, just do your best.
You know, it's kind of hard to process this because for the last 3.5 years, it seems like every waking moment was about Mark. And we did hear from him. It could have been worse, but we just didn't know what was going on. We didn't know what his state of mind was, if he was getting enough to eat, if he had hot water. We just didn't know anything, and he told us not to ask any questions. And so when he gets home, I'm sure he will not want to relive these experiences, but maybe over time he'll let things out about how it really was. people that we don't even know. But I really credit President Trump and Reschenthaler and Mike Kelly, and they've all been, and DeLuzio, they've all been interested in Mark's case, and I think have kept up with it. And nobody has done more than Sasha, who has been just a miracle worker, and we'll never pay her back.
I appreciate it. I work for free. For you, I work for free.
Well,
I appreciate the sentiment, but in all fairness, it took everybody to make this happen.
Well, you know, it just is so appreciated, and we'll be grateful for all our lives. And when Mark comes home, you're going to hear it from him too.
I would love that. I was just sharing with Melvin that I have never actually met Mark in person. It is going to be a great treat to give him a big hug and welcome him home.
And he, you know, he has been so grateful even for the slightest things. But what you've done has been monumental. And, you know, it's just going to be a wonderful meeting.
We're all bits and pieces of the same puzzle, but I'd like to echo you and thank President Trump, of course, Senator McCormick, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Yes, he talked to Mark's sons too.
He did. They just met with him recently.
Yes, and Reschenthaler has, you know, shown an interest, and Mike Kelly has always kept in touch with us to make sure things are progressing. So our political leaders have done their job.
And you remember in July and August when Mark did not come home during that exchange?
Right.
That we all barely survived.
It was just crushing, and it was terrible for Mark, because he said there were Russian dissidents that were released in that group, and they let Mark, you know, stay over there, and it just is something we're never going to get over.
No, but remember also when you went to that rally and you got to meet with President Trump?
I do.
And what did he tell you?
He said, he went like this, if I get in, he said, I'll get him out. He went like that about 3 times. And I said, well, you've got to remember his name. And he spoke his name. And I think he really has been pushing for this. And I have written him a couple letters. I don't know if he's read them or not, but I have written to him to thank him. And I just think that he has been the instrumental in getting this moving.
Lots of people wrote him many, many letters.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, there's a whole campaign writing to any and every politician who could have played any role in Mark's case to please bring him home. There was a huge letter campaign that you spearheaded. Because I've seen some pictures of you writing those letters, addressing the envelopes.
Yeah, we did. In fact, we did that last Sunday again. The list is still over there, but we did send them out, but maybe they weren't necessary. Whatever. We did send more out last Sunday.
But there's still work to be done, right? When Mark comes home, also tell me, what's going to happen when Mark comes home?
When Mark comes home, I think I'm going to feed him. I'll make sure I have all the things he likes. But of course, we got to get him. He's got to see his wife and kids. That's the utmost importance. I want them to have their time together, and then maybe the next day or the day after that, he'll come up here and we'll really get together. And he just has always been so appreciative about the slightest things. But this is. You know, this is beyond the pale. He is going to be so grateful to everybody. And I know I have rarely gone anywhere. People, strangers, have said to me, are you Mark Fogel's mother? They actually recognize me from being on the news, I guess. But that is the truth. I can't tell you how many people have asked me if I'm Mark's mother, and they're all praying for him. And I think they are.
Well, of course.
And I think they have.
Of course. And how can they not recognize you? So you have been absolutely instrumental, Mark's greatest champion.
Well, I should be, but I don't know that I've done anything in particular. Other than praying, I just pray.
You have sued the U.S. government to have him designated as wrongfully detained, didn't you?
Well, I think that was the right move, thanks to Where is he?
We have Ed Phillips here, the
Thanks,
lawyer
Ed.
who
Yeah.
brought that about.
I think that probably helped.
I think everything helped. You also went to a rally at the
Yeah.
fairgrounds in Butler.
Yeah.
And you climbed those bleachers, right? And you sat behind President Trump, and I think Senator McCormick was there as well.
Yes. All the local, Mike Kelly,
Mike
they were
Kelly was
all there.
definitely there, yes.
Muser,
Yep.
Parnell, they were all there, and they were all rooting for Mark, and
But
you know
you were
they all
there.
showed up. Yeah, I was there, and I talked to the president, and he couldn't have been nicer. And I have a hard time moving around, and he said, "Grab my arm." And I did, and I told him, I said, "You've got to remember Mark's name." I said, "We've got to get him home." And he said, "If I get in, if I win," he said, "I'll get him out."
Malphine, could you tell us what the phone call was like with Mark today?
Today, well, you know, he called, and it was an unusual time, and I said, he always calls me, and he says, "Buongiorno," which is good day in Italian. And he said, "Buongiorno." I said, "Well, this is the wrong time for you to be calling." And he said, I said, "Where are you?" He said, "I'm in the Moscow airport. I'm waiting for a plane." He said, "I should be in Washington tonight. I'm coming home," he says.
What was your reaction then?
Oh, well, you know what? As I said before, I just got dizzy. I thought, did I get this right? I really, I couldn't process it. And I said, "What did you say?" He said, "I'm coming home. And hopefully he'll be there sometime tonight." And, you know, he talked to Jane, his wife, and talked to Ethan, and they're making arrangements when they find out for sure what the plans are to either meet him there or fly down or do something. But he'll have time with his family, which is the big thing.
You called it crushing when he wasn't included in that swap back in August, but you've never given up hope. You said you've been praying every single day.
Oh,
What's that been like for you?
My entire family. I said, God is tired of hearing from us. He is. We have prayed rosaries every night at 9:30, my sisters and I, and I think it helps. Mentally, it helps, and I think that God listened to us. So if he gets home tonight.
Malphine, you're going to turn 96
Yeah.
this week. Did you ever have any doubt that you may not?
All right, you can hear the mother, the emotion in her voice after the release, after getting the phone call this morning. Let's continue to listen in.
To see how, which I never had any complaints, but he was very concerned about that. And as I say, I have been too. I think, you know, anything could happen. And, well, we haven't seen him yet, but we're getting closer.
Speaking about that, have you gotten any information just when he will arrive in Pittsburgh?
I haven't. I don't know if Jane has. I talked to Jane today, and she didn't say for sure. She thought he was coming into Washington, D.C. tonight, and she thought they would drive down, she and the boys, but they were.
All right, this feed goes in and out, but sometimes that happens. As you can see, the mother of Mark Fogel continued to speak. Let's listen in.
That's the big thing that, you know.
Yeah, we don't have a confirmation yet, but there's certainly a welcome wagon that's being preparing for, you know, for Mark's arrival with his friends and family members and everybody else who's been helping out on his case. So as soon as he gets to Pittsburgh, I'm sure there'll be lots and lots of people who would want to see him.
President Trump said that he plans to meet him tonight at 10 o'clock.
He said...
President Trump has said that, yes, he plans to meet him.
Where did you get that?
I think he tweeted it earlier, just a little while ago.
You guys are doing a better job than we are.
Are you serious?
He's saying 10 o'clock tonight he plans to meet your son in Washington,
Oh,
D.C.
my gosh. Well, don't tell Trump, but he was never a Trump supporter. Don't tell him.
You think he might be?
He will be. He will be.
He will be now. I think
He
we're
will be.
converts.
Is that true? You think it's authentic?
It seems to be. It seems to be. Yes.
So he must be planning on getting in at 10.
So there you go. So that, I mean, what is that? Now that you kind of know that there's a finite, meeting time here tonight.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel? I saw your face just lit up when you heard that.
Oh my, that's great news. That's great news. Because we haven't seen anything in writing or talked to anybody. Oh my.
Yeah, that's just 4.5 hours away now. 3.5 years and now 4.5 hours.
Yeah. Oh wow.
I'm getting goosebumps. You have to realize this has been a story of just crushed hopes throughout, right? In August, we were hoping that he would be on that plane with everybody.
All right, the feed continues to go in and out, but you heard the reporter's question there indicating that potentially President Trump will greet Mark Fogel when he arrives in Washington, D.C. later on tonight. They were reporting that the 10 p.m. Eastern time frame. Let's continue to listen in.
Again, another crushed hope. So I think this is a very cautious optimism and hope we're finally allowing ourselves to
you just
feel.
can't make yourself believe it until
he walks through that door.
Right. I just want to touch him. Feed him.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Can I just ask, did you have any idea that this was happening, that there was a plane over there to bring him back? Was there any clue?
For some reason, I don't know why, but for some reason I felt a little more optimistic the last few weeks, and I don't really know why, because I didn't have any information and inside information or anything, but it just seemed like maybe after President Trump got in that we were hoping that he would be the spark, that would get him moving, and I think he was. I think he was.
What are the next steps for Mark? I know your attorney talked about, he comes back to Western Pennsylvania.
I don't know. I don't know what. I think it's going to take him just a long time to come down and to realize that he's home, and I think he's going to want to take in every sight. He'll go over to the football to watch the Steelers. He'll watch the Pirates. He will immerse himself. He will absolutely immerse himself in his former life. I think he will.
Well, I think another important key thing to here is that Mark has been, so think of it as not as a complete isolation, but near isolation, where he has not been able to learn anything about what was going on here, what was going on behind the scenes, what happened. He was under impression in August that America forgot about him, that he was forgotten and left behind. And that was the most painful thing to watch. So it's going to be, once he gets home, number one, he's going to know right away that America did not forget about him. So for these 3 years, there have been people working day and night and thinking day and night about him and about bringing him home. And so again, it will take every single one of us to make him whole. There's been a lot of...
And every minute, I think he'll need every minute of reassurance.
Yes, that we're proud of him, that we're proud of what we're very empathetic with what he had gone through. We can't imagine this. I mean, I can't imagine what it took for him to survive these 3 years, but we're proud of him for making it. We're proud that he is the son of Pennsylvania. We're happy to bring him home. We're very proud of him. Whatever allegations, whatever convictions he received, that's all in Russia, that's behind him. He is wonderful. He had done nothing wrong. He's an amazing, amazing person. He has people who remembered that he taught years and years and years ago, and they're very happy to welcome him.
Some of the students came here from California to see me.
Yes.
And the one girl says, everybody wanted in Mr. Fogel's class, and it got filled up right away. And she said, I got in Jane's class, but I didn't get in Mark's class. Jane is his wife. She got in her class, but she said, I didn't make it to Mark's class. But he was I know that he was very well liked. He coached the softball team and soccer, I don't know which. But I think he always was approachable as a teacher. I've heard so many people tell me who've had him as a teacher. He was a good teacher. He listened. And even some of his past students from Pittsburgh that he taught for a couple of years in Pittsburgh. And some of his students from California were here to see him, to see me, and talk about Mark.
One made a documentary about you and about
yes,
Mark.
Max Cartman made a documentary about him, and they showed it at the local theater, at the Penn Theater.
Yes.
It was well attended.
Yes.
And it just seems so unfair that he's lost 3.5 years of memories, of living, of sharing his children's lives. That will never be replaced. They'll never replace that.
Melfine, can you talk just about the joy? I mean, you've dreamed about this moment. I can't imagine your family members to your right are just emotional, crying.
Oh, you know.
Can you talk about the joy that you feel, just the...
Well, you know what, I just want to see him. I just want to touch him and, you know, just, I don't know. He will be a basket case. He will just cry and cry and cry.
But happy tears.
Yeah, happy tears,
happy
yeah.
Tears.
Yeah.
You?
Oh, absolutely. But, you know, we're going to hang in there and try to piece his life back together. And, you know, he's going to have a lot of support, a lot of support.
Melfine, why was he over there in the first place?
Pardon?
Why was he over there in the first place? I mean,
Why he taught.
Yeah. So
well, you
talk about that.
you know, he did his student teaching in London, and that gave him the bug. And he went to Colombia, and he went to Venezuela, and he always wanted to go to Russia. And I guess they offered a pretty nice package, and they felt, well, in Russia you can travel all over Europe. It's not that hard to do. And so they liked Russia. They said the people were wonderful. The only complaint he has was that the winters were too long. And, you know, that kind of got him down. He said there would be 5 inches of ice on everything, clear ice on everything. And the winters were hard. But he, you know, this was his last year, and he had made all their plans when he came home, and it just, everything was shattered.
His 10th and final year, he was going to retire after that.
Yeah, that was his last year. And it really messed up their life because, you know, as far as their financial pension things, they lost that last year, both of them. And so he's going to have some rebuilding to do. But I think he'll have a lot of help. And he'll do his best. He will do his best. He is generally an optimist. And he will find a way.
A half an ounce of medical marijuana.
Right.
14 years in prison.
Yeah.
Do you know?
Again, they said that crime, I'm not sure of this because I haven't confirmed it, but they said that crime in Russia is like 5 months probation.
I'm happy to confirm that. As we have done a lot of research
is that
on
right?
that. Yes.
Okay.
So usually people in a situation like this where it's, you know, it's a possession of such a small...
All right, you're just seeing as this feed continues to freeze up on us. And I want to give you some context to this as the mother there of Mark Fogel getting emotional, talking about her son returning home to the United States after being released from Russian custody earlier on today, crediting President Donald Trump with getting him home, being the spark that led to him coming home. And of course, this is a post on social media. Mark Fogel en route back to the United States, expected to land around 10 o'clock Eastern in Washington, D.C. He's a history teacher from Pennsylvania and was serving a 14-year prison sentence who, after his arrest in August of 2021 at a Russian airport for being in possession of medically prescribed marijuana. So good news that he is coming home. We'll see if President Trump is on the tarmac to greet him when he lands back here on U.S. soil. I'm Andy Mack. We're back. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack, and we're going back to plastic as President Trump bringing back plastic straws, reversing a Biden-era move to phase out those single-use plastics for paper instead. And of course, I want to put up a post from the President of the United States talking about we're going back to plastic straws, and you can see there the Diet Coke with the straw in it. And now straw manufacturers are getting ready for the shift. We're going to be joined right now by Fox's Sarah Allegre for more with a supplier in Houston and what it means for the business. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, hi there, Andy Mack. So we're not seeing an outright ban exactly, but it is going to bring about some major changes. Now, the White House says they're ending the required use of paper straws in federal agencies and coming up with ways to basically cut back on the forced use of the product nationwide. Eco-friendly straws done differently. Kurt McGee runs a small Houston plant that makes biodegradable straws. They're not made of paper, but rather a green alternative to traditional plastic.
The company started from a celebratory fishing trip in Costa Rica where we were drinking out of paper straws. They just fell apart in your mouth.
And now a big change could give his business a boost.
We're going back to plastic straws. These things don't work.
President Trump says the federal government is done with paper straws.
I've had them many times, and on occasion they break, they explode.
Yesterday, he signed an executive order ending federal purchases of paper straws, calling Biden's plastic phase-out irrational. For Kurt, it's a welcome change.
We love it, and the whole concept of getting rid of paper straws.
But he hopes this shift opens the door for more eco-friendly alternatives.
There's a benefit for us of getting paper out of the way, as I was saying, and getting into more knowledge of a bioplastic solution.
For business owners like Arian Owens,
I like paper straws as long as it's not a frozen drink.
The straw debate comes down to the customer. His bar tried making the switch. It didn't last.
We went to paper straws. They're very expensive. Plastic straws are cheap.
And while environmentalists have criticized Trump's executive order, the White House argues paper straws cost more and contain chemicals that may affect health. Kurt hopes there's room for something in between.
There's options out there that are much better than traditional plastic.
Now, Now, there are several states like California, Rhode Island, Maine, New York, Washington even, that have bans or restrictions on plastic straws. And right now, it's unclear as to what exactly Trump's executive order means for those states. Andy Mack.
All right, so very interesting. And it's an interesting angle that you took to talk about a supplier that's kind of trying to meet in the middle. Any other notes from that supplier that you want to let our audience know about before I let you go?
Yeah, they say they are a little bit more expensive when you think about plastic. You know, that's why a lot of these companies and businesses are excited about the return to plastic. It's very cost saving, but he says maybe an extra penny or two can go a long way when we kind of find this in-between solution where, yes, we're using plastic, we're getting rid of the paper, which some people have told me just through my reporting yesterday that it's been a pain for them. It's hard to actually do what they're intended to do to help you drink whatever beverage. And so they're just hoping that they can maybe push more of this education and more of what they do and all the companies out there like them that provide that good middle ground, as we mentioned.
Yeah, it's so very interesting. It's an interesting debate, an interesting topic. I don't know why it's exactly controversial all the time, but it's interesting nonetheless. Sarah, thank you so much. I appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Great conversation there. That was the executive order signed yesterday by President Trump, and it feels like we're almost daily inside of the Oval Office in Washington, D.C. for some of these major executive orders in place. A live look there right now in our nation's capital. It looks like the snow has slowed down a little bit in this portion of that region of the DMV. As you can see, it blanketed with snow there, the White House is. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. A live look there in Washington, D.C. at the White House, just approaching 6 o'clock on the East Coast as they're dealing with this major snowstorm moving through that region. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to pop up a live picture we have as this event has not started yet, but Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor expected to make some remarks at this fireside chat, they're calling it, with the Knight Foundation president talking about her personal professional journey, the importance of civil discourse, and the vital role of young leaders. So we'll take you out to this as soon as it happens here on Live Now from Fox, as soon as they step up to the microphone. Until then, let's take you back out to Washington, D.C., as it's going to be a busy night on Capitol Hill. A post from the senator from Oklahoma, Markwayne Mullin, saying, "Tonight, we will confirm Tulsi Gabbard as that vote for the Director of National Intelligence expected to come down, and then we'll immediately move on to put Bobby on the clock, RFK Jr., to confirm him on Thursday. Kash Patel will get a vote on Thursday, and as promised, I'll keep you updated as best we can." Right now, I see on the Senate floor, it's Gary Peters out of Michigan providing some comments from him. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
To oversee this highly complex network of intelligence operatives and analysts, experience that directors of national intelligence until this point have all possessed, because it's understood how essential this position is and why these qualifications are critical. There is broad bipartisan consensus that we are facing one of the most dangerous times in American history. Threats from our adversaries like the Chinese and Russian governments continue to grow and evolve with every passing minute. We need the person leading our intelligence community to be the most qualified candidate available. This is the person briefing our senior leaders, all the way up to the commander-in-chief, on the real threats that face our nation each and every day. This is the person tasked with protecting our vast network of sources and highly classified methods of collecting information. We need someone we can trust to safeguard the tools that our intelligence agencies need to access the darkest corners of the world, but also someone with the knowledge and understanding of this community to protect the brave Americans who are risking their lives gathering this information and intelligence firsthand on the front lines. We need someone who our allies will trust to share their own intelligence to help protect our people and our interest. Because without America's utmost confidence in Ms. Gabbard's ability to do this job, where will that leave us as a country? It will leave us in the dark, vulnerable against our adversaries. It will make our allies question whether or not they should share their intelligence with us, because they do not know whether the head of our intelligence community will actually share that information with our adversaries instead of our allies. It will leave us with an intelligence community that is afraid to speak truth to power, or even just do their jobs for fear of offending the Trump administration and then getting fired. We are in unprecedented times with an administration that has shown that it's willing to break the law in order to break our government. We are in uncharted times with an administration that would rather target our institutions than protect our people. We are in perilous times with foreign adversaries waiting to pounce as the administration strips away the tools that we have used to protect ourselves. Mr. President, our national security is on the line. We cannot destroy our intelligence community and the progress that generations of Americans have built to keep our country safe by confirming someone who we cannot trust to act in the United States' best interest, or who simply lacks the necessary experience to lead this critical organization. Mr. President, that's why I'm voting no on Ms. Gabbard's nomination, and I urge my colleagues to do the same.
All right, you're just listening in there. That was Senator Gary Peters talking about this, as they're expected to vote a little bit later on tonight for this, the Director of National Intelligence role, Tulsi Gabbard. Let's continue to listen in to senators make remarks.
Almost 3 years ago, President Vladimir Putin launched a massive illegal ground invasion of Ukraine, which has become the largest and deadliest conflict in Europe since World War II. Now, I've stood up again and again with my fellow senators, leaders of both parties, and our allies across the world to condemn Putin's war, which has killed thousands of civilians, including hundreds of children, and left millions of Ukrainians displaced. It is not a hard position to take, but Tulsi Gabbard has repeatedly justified Putin's expansionist war. She chose to blame the United States, our NATO allies, and even Ukraine itself for Putin's war. Now, President Trump wants Ms. Gabbard to be the Director of National Intelligence. The day the war started, she echoed Russian state media and said the war could have been avoided if the U.S. and NATO had acknowledged Russia's, and I quote, legitimate security concerns. She made baseless claims that Russia was justified in invading Ukraine because the U.S. had secret biolabs there. Where did she find that claim? It came directly from a Kremlin propaganda website. The Director of National Intelligence position was created after September 11th terrorist attacks to act as the principal advisor to the President, the National Security Council, and Homeland Security Council on intelligent matters related to our national security. It seems obvious to anyone who holds this position that they should have extensive national security experience, something Ms. Gabbard doesn't have. And somebody who holds this position should not be parroting Russian talking points. Now, I've worked with colleagues on both sides of the aisle to make sure that Putin is held accountable for the atrocities that have been committed in Ukraine. It is shocking to me that we are on the cusp of confirming a Director of National Intelligence who was so quick to defend one of the U.S.'s biggest adversaries. Now, cozying up to Putin would be bad enough. But unfortunately, he is not the only autocrat that Ms. Gabbard has ties to. She also has an alarming connection to the ousted Syrian president, Bashar al-Assad. Assad was a ruthless dictator who engaged in human rights abuses, and that is a documented fact. But inexplicably, Ms. Gabbard disputed credible accusations that Assad used chemical weapons against his citizens. And worst of all, she actually chose to travel in her personal capacity to Syria to meet with this dictator in person. All the while, she repeatedly cast doubts on our intelligence community's assessments of the extent of the horrors of Assad's regime. Now, I understand the desire to seek out multiple points of view. But again and again, Ms. Gabbard has taken healthy skepticism too far, suggesting to the American people that they can't trust our intelligence, while instead echoing Russian and Syrian disinformation. That's just unacceptable. President Trump claims that he wants to make America safe. He says he wants to maintain America's standing in the world. He says he wants to forge stronger ties with our allies. Well, confirming Ms. Gabbard to be Director of National Intelligence is in opposition to those goals. The Director of National Intelligence oversees 18 agencies in the United States intelligence community, including the CIA and the NSA. The Director has the legal authority to direct intelligence gathering and choose which intelligence to share with foreign agencies. As Director of National Intelligence, Ms. Gabbard would have access to our most closely guarded secrets. She would know the identities of the brave men and women who gather intelligence from our foreign adversaries. There should be absolutely no question about the trustworthiness or the judgment of our Director of National Intelligence. The Director of National Intelligence should not sympathize with autocrats, blame our allies for wars of aggression, or parrot Kremlin talking points. This is a low bar to clear. Mr. President, I am here in the Senate to represent the people of Nevada. They are relying on me to work to keep them and our community safe. And I'll tell you what, I pledge to help keep Nevadans safe, by opposing Ms. Gabbard's confirmation, and I hope my colleagues follow suit. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
All right, you're just listening in there to the senator out of Nevada give her remarks talking about this. The vote expected to come tonight or tomorrow, depending on how long some of the debate goes on this. The director of national intelligence role for Tulsi Gabbard is expected to go through, but it's been a contentious couple weeks since that hearing. We'll see what comes of it and maybe what the vote total is in the Senate a little bit later on. All right, let's take you out to another live event I see right here on Live Now from Fox. This one at the Knight Foundation, as Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor expected to make some remarks talking about her role, her journey, much more about that here on Live Now from Fox, including the importance of civil discourse and the vital role of young leaders. Let's listen in as this event's beginning here on Live Now.
So it is really an honor to be hosting this event this evening. And I have to tell you that I love the justice because, you know, she said, I want to see students. And so we took a few minutes and she had an opportunity to hear the dreams and aspirations of students from Miami-Dade College, the University of Miami, and Florida International University. So thank you for sharing that moment with the justice. And if you're a student from any one of our institutions, please stand. I want to let each of you know you inspire us. And we know that the world is okay and that the future is bright because of you. So thank you, and you may be seated. Tonight, we have the privilege of hearing from two esteemed leaders who have broken barriers and paved the way for others to follow. Maribel Perez Wadsworth, the president and CEO of the John S. and James L. Knight Foundation. As the first woman to lead the foundation, she continues to expand its vision and impact, ensuring that communities stay informed and engaged. Joining Maribel is our guest honor this evening, the Honorable U.S. Supreme Court Associate Justice Sonia Sotomayor, a true pillar of justice for our nation. I would like to welcome them both to the stage. As I leave you with them, they have both dedicated their career to upholding the values of this country, one through a stellar career in journalism and one to a great service to our nation. So you're in for a special treat. Buenas noches.
Thank you so much, Madeline, for that great introduction. And thank you, Justice, for this gift to our community of the amount of time that you're spending. You were at St. Thomas University earlier today. You're here now. Tomorrow you're spending time with 500 Miami-Dade County Public School students. Tell us why you're here. Well, how are you connected to Miami, and why was it so important for you to spend time with our young people?
Well, two connections to Miami. First, with me tonight is a dear friend from law school, Rudy Aragon, who was a lawyer who practiced in some of the biggest law firms in Miami. And we were classmates at Yale. And our third year, he announced that he was going to come practice in Miami. Now, you have to understand, back then, Miami was a little bit of a sleepy backwater. And at Yale, Miami was not the city that you went to. And the rest of us who were close friends with him were thinking, está un poquito loco. And he kept insisting that it was one of the fastest growing cities in the United States, and that it was a powerful place for Latinos and Latino leaders, and that the business spirit of Miami was going to have a huge impact in not only in the economy of Florida, but in the economy of the nation. You know, he came. I would visit him periodically. He kept moving from one nice house to another nice house to another nice house. He made more money than any of us. And he's been incredibly active in the community here. And so he was my first drawer to Miami. Then my mother did move to Miami, moved to Margate, Florida in 1992. The reason I can't forget the year is because she waited for my induction as a district court judge, went on a supposed vacation, and 2 weeks later she calls me and she says, I'm moving to Florida. My husband, her then husband, hated New York cold, and they came here and fell in love with Florida. So since then, I would come frequently to Florida. I would come every year, multiple times, mostly to visit her, but to travel around and see it. So I now have friends who are family here, and I feel like I'm tied to both this city and the state in important ways because I'm familiar with it.
So you could just come visit your friends, but you decided to really pack your schedule these few days. Why was that important? I'm a storyteller, so you got to live through my stories, okay? The day I went to the Supreme Court after I was sworn in, outside my office door were those tremendously large garbage things that they take the garbage from all of the offices and dump it into. So you know how big that is, okay? There were 3 of them outside my office. And I'm like, what are these? And mail. I pulled my hand in, and it was invitations, and some were congratulations. And a few minutes later, one of the mail delivery people walks by, and I said, 3 of these? And he said, no, 6, there's 3 more downstairs. Oh my goodness. I looked at my then assistant and said to her, wait a minute. I'm going to have to respond to all of this, but I can't do it immediately. Let's sort it out. And let's sort it out by topic and activity. And so the ones that were congratulations, the other friend who helped me with this, another lawyer friend, helped me devise the letters to respond to people who had written to me. And to this day, I take those forms and I personalize them because every letter has something personal that the person's asking me. So they're getting a personal response, but I respond. The other half were literally invitations to every activity in the world, okay? You name it, people ask me. I've traveled the world to do rule of law teaching. I've been to universities. I've met kings and presidents of countries. Some of them have come to the Supreme Court to meet me. I've met with Supreme Courts, state Supreme Courts in the United States, and also Supreme Courts around the world. If it was only legal, all of those meetings would eat up all my time. Just that, okay? Then there are invitations from colleges all over the country, from law schools all over the country, from grammar schools all over the countries, but there's book clubs. There are academic conferences that want me to speak. The list is just endless of activities that people want me to do. But I have a job. And the job requires attention. The work requires attention. If I did everything I was invited to, I wouldn't be able to work, okay? There's no way to do that. Literally, I wouldn't work or sleep, okay? So I had to make a decision of what do I choose to say yes to, all right? And I made a very conscious decision, and really after a lot of thought, where can my presence make the greatest impact?
And my decision was talking to young people, trying to inspire them to understand the power they have. Because I didn't know it when I was growing up, that I had any power. I also, for those of you who know my story, didn't grow up in an environment where I actually believed that I could become something great. You know, from where I started and where I've landed, it's a huge road. But I got here.
You did.
And even though I had many challenges growing up, the same that many people of my background have, if not all, I did reach this place.
It's
and
nothing
I wanted
short
to inspire.
of remarkable, and certainly you are an inspiration. I'd love to touch on that a little bit more, because the trajectory from the projects in the Bronx to a seat on the Supreme Court is paved with incredible resilience. You mentioned challenges, of course there would be. Talk a little bit about what resilience means to you.
This is a saying that then Vice President Joe Biden told me. And it's become my definition of resilience, okay? He told me that it was what his mother said to him. And the minute he said it, I knew it reflected my life and how my definition of resilience. It was his mother told him, Joe, I'm quoting him, okay? I don't call him Joe. Joe, people are not, people's character are not measured by the number of times that they're knocked down. It's measured by the number of times that they can get up and try again. And that's what my definition of resilience is. I look at law students, and I know the audience has a few of them, but I think of almost every profession. No one's 100% successful at every moment in what they do. If you're a lawyer, you're going to lose cases. Even if you're a transactional lawyer, there are going to be some cases that go awry, some deals that go awry. Perfection is impossible in anything you do. A doctor, regretfully and woefully, is going to lose a patient. If you're not, it's because you're doing something easy. But if you decide to confront life with all its complexities, then success and failure are a part of it. And to me, trying is what's important. It's not whether you succeed.
No.
It's trying and learning from those failures. That way, when you succeed, you can enjoy it more.
I think that's such an important message, and it reminds me, you made that point about your mother, that one of the things that she taught you and expected from you was the trying.
Yes.
She didn't expect the A's, she expected you to try your very best. Tell us more about what your mother represented for you. She clearly had a big impact, and she wanted and toiled hard to make sure that you and your brother had the very best education. What did your mother represent for you?
Everything. I have often said that if I'm half the woman that she is, then I'm very lucky, because she was extraordinary. My mother taught me about community, and that civic participation in community is not just government service.
Right.
That it is something much, much broader, bigger and smaller at the same time. That civic participation is each and every one of us attempting every day of our life to do small and as many big things as we can to make the world a better place. And for her, that was being the nurse for our projects and for the places we lived. Everybody knew Selena. And I can't tell you the number of times there was a knock on the door to say, I heard your mother's a nurse. Will she answer a question? And inevitably, Mommy would disappear to go help somebody do something. Take a shot, figure out a medical machine, whatever it was. My aunt, when she died, my mother's sister, when she died, we found, it was extraordinary. There was a stack of letters from every charity in the United States. St. Jude's Hospital, Shriners, you name any church, any not-for-profit, all of them got a quarter or 50 cents. I was sitting there thinking of how many stamps she must have used and how inefficient this was. But I recognized in a woman who lived on the bottom level of Social Security, okay? Because she had never earned hardly anything in her life. A lot of it was earned in being a seamstress where it was off the books, okay? So her reported income was next to nothing. And yet, for someone who had nothing, she wanted to help others. My grandmother fed the whole neighborhood. From example of the women in my life in particular, I saw that community building is not about taking on always the big projects.
That's right.
It's taking on the little ones too. And I tell audiences, especially of students, you have an obligation to be publicly minded, but not in the sense of becoming a lawyer or a doctor or a firefighter or a police officer. It really doesn't matter what you do. You can be a bus driver, you can be a firefighter. My mother would say to me, you could clean toilets, I don't care. But whatever you do, be the best at it that you can be. And secondly, when you do it with a smile. And that smile is not unimportant because it makes the world and people around you feel better. And that's what you do for community. You give outreach as you can within your talents, within whatever limitations you have. But every one of us has an obligation to be a member of your community and help it. And if you see a problem and you can do something about it, you have an obligation to try. And whether you fail or don't, it's the trying that's important. So that finishes the first question you asked me. Why do I speak to young people? We adults have messed up the world for you. Think about it. We have 2 world wars going on, or 2 wars. We have countless local frictions. We have health problems, environmental problems, income disparity problems, educational disparity problems, you name it. What are we giving you? A world full of problems. If you're relying on the adults to fix it, it ain't gonna happen. So what you have to do is realize, if you're a young person, that you have not only the energy, but you still have not been worn down by life. You should have the optimism necessary to change the world. And that's what I want you to do. That's why I come speak to you. Because I want you to believe in your power to make the world a better place. You have all the bad examples from us. Do a better job. Try it in a different way. Maybe the things we tried, you see that we implemented them poorly. Whatever your answer you come to, don't give up. Continue believing in your power, because it's boundless if you believe in yourselves. And so for me, that's why I do this.
Yeah. One of the things that you said that's really stuck with me is this idea that there are no bystanders in this life. And I think that's such an important idea. This idea that every individual has that power, as you're talking about. You, last year at an event with Justice Amy Coney Barrett, you made, in fact, I'll just read it because I think it's such an important statement. You said, civic engagement is not merely about electoral politics. It is about every act we do as a little c citizen to help solve a problem that the community has. It is what we undertake as individuals to help resolve difficulties in the world around us. What's one thing, and I'm always very action-oriented, what's one thing that each person here has the power to do when they walk out the door?
Well, not walking out the door, but there isn't a person in this room that has an excuse for not voting. And I tell every audience of students I go to, college students only have a 50% rate of voting. That's inexcusable. And to me, it's inexcusable. I firmly believe that in a republic like ours, voting is our voice. And that means whether you like politics or not, and I don't care if you don't like it, but that's where the bystander statement comes by. Laws are made by whom? By people. So who changes laws? People. And they don't get change by being a bystander in life and letting things you don't like roll over you. Whether it's a truck hitting you or a bus hitting you or a car hitting you, if you stare at it and don't do anything, you don't move out of the way, you're going to get hit and smashed. And that'll be the quality of your life. So if you want a better life, you have to understand that you have to do something to change its quality. You have to maintain this republic. Those were Ben Franklin's words when he was coming out of the Constitutional Convention. A woman stopped him and said, what kind of government do we have? And his response was, a republic if you can keep it. But one of my colleagues, Neil Gorsuch, says, democracy is messy business. It is messy business because democracy means that everybody has a voice. And voices become tension-filled and a cacophony can get very loud and overwhelming. But you can also guide our republic to a better place if you participate and join with others who think or feel like you do to affect change. But you got to fight for it. It doesn't sit back and it doesn't just happen. It happens because we care as people.
And you have to engage one another. I'd love to turn a little bit on that point to civility and civil discourse broadly. Some of the most memorable lines from opinions in the last Supreme Court term came from your dissents. Legal issues aside, how you dissent reflects, I think, to me, a remarkable ability to make a very pointed argument while also being respectful in disagreement and civil in disagreement with your colleagues. What do you hope citizens draw from those dissents? And do you think there are lessons that we can take away for how members of the court disagree with one another that we could apply to our broader civil discourse?
People are all surprised about the fact that justices from whatever backgrounds and how often they agree or don't agree, that we are in public, like I was with Amy Comey Barrett, is the way I am with all of my colleagues. We really do have a civil discourse. We actually sit around a table and vote. And in our voting, we have certain protocols, one of them which is very important. We go in order when we're discussing a case from the most senior justice, who always starts with the chief. And then it goes down and around the table in descending order of seniority. And our protocol is that no justice is interrupted. They get to say what they want to say. And we go around the table, and then there's sometimes further exchange back and forth. And then we're sort of having a cross conversation. But the first and most important part is listen. Too many people spend their time in discourse arguing their position instead of listening to the other person's position. And unless you listen, you can't determine what's really bothering the person. And until you determine that, you can't determine whether there's a way of approaching the problem that could use that can be a compromise in some way. But it is that listening to each other, not the agreeing with each other. And that's what people don't understand, which is it's the courtesy of knowing that we're listening to each other that permits us to remain cordial, even when we are vehemently opposed to each other in the legal answer. And if you read our opinions, it's argument, but it's not personal argument. I'm not accusing them of being stupid. I'm not accusing them of having ill intentions or ill will. Too many people, when they hear political opponents, automatically ascribe bad intentions to them. They're bad people. People who you disagree with are not bad people. They have different ideas. And they genuinely, my colleagues, whom I disagree with frequently, are not bad people. We both love this country. All of us love this country. All of us love our Constitution and our system of governance. All of us are passionate about protecting them. We disagree about what's best to do that. And we're trying to engage each other in understanding what the other thinks will improve that dynamic. But it's never that I think they're bad people. You know, I often say, good people do bad things. Good colleagues sometimes have silly thoughts. But it doesn't make them bad or silly.
In that act of active listening and respectful exchange, you all come with strong arguments. Does that active listening from time to time result in persuasion?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And in ways the public, well, just take something you can see, which is look at our voting. Yes, there are opinions where you can see the divide and imagine that it's all political. You know, it's 6 the conservatives and 3 the liberals. But it's not always that way. Certainly there are some cases. Often they're constitutional cases for the following reason. Because we all have our ways of approaching the Constitution. And that way of approaching things might be a decent indicator of where we might come out, okay? But if you look at the rest of our cases, and most of them, you'll see big divides that are not ideological in terms of politics. They are really different ways of using statutory interpretation tools to come to an answer. And you can tell what a justice values in terms of which tool they think is more important than the other. But it's not made up. It is very much using standard tools of interpretation and saying, those standard tools lead me to this result. And that's why our decisions can be 5-4, sometimes, and the mixture of peoples can be dramatically different. And we have those kind of cases all of the time. And that's because we are thinking about each legal problem on its own. Not every statute is the same, not every business issue is the same, not anything else is the same, and neither are responses the same to everything.
I think that level of transparency around the nuance of all of these questions is so important, because we often these days are talking about the erosion.
All right, you're just listening into this conversation taking place in Miami, Florida. Let's sign away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll get back to Out to It. right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's take you back down to South Florida, in Miami in particular, as we're hearing from Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor at this fireside chat, talking about her journey, her rise to this role, but also talking about civil discourse, talking about the vital role of young people and their right to vote. Let's listen in to what she has to say there from Florida.
The series of judgments, but people can get uncomfortable with that.
Yeah.
When I said don't get ahead of public opinion, I think that was not quite what I said. We don't decide on the basis of public opinion, but we must be cognizant that every time we upset precedent, we upset people's expectation in the stability of law. It rocks the boat in a way that makes people uneasy about whether they're protected or not protected by the law. And so there are circumstances where we have and should do it. Brown versus Board of Education was a dramatic change from existing law. Not so dramatic if you had actually watched the evolution of what had happened after Plessy versus Ferguson in 1898. That was the case that said separate but equal. There had been from that time till Brown versus Board of Education cases throughout the United States, many of them brought by Thurgood Marshall and his team, that were challenging the premises of that. Cases that in certain states were saying, we said separate but equal, but if you have a white law school and you don't have a black law school, there's nothing separate and equal about that, okay? And so we had cases like that sort of telling the states, wait a minute, we meant it when we said separate, but it has, you know. And then slowly cases started coming and showing the inequality until you got a Supreme Court who, through many, many amicus briefs, looked at the record and realized something very important. And the case was originally argued this way, which was the arguments were first that the equality wasn't real, all right? And that's how Thurgood Marshall's team started in the courts. At a certain point, they realized it's not just that that equality isn't equal, but it's not faithful to the meaning of the Constitution, the equal protection of the law, and that it was a dignitary harm that you didn't have to measure by how many professors the school had or what resources the school had, but by whether it was consonant with a civil war that had promised equality to all its citizens. And so that's when the shift came. And the court there was a little bit ahead of the society. And as you know, public opinion wasn't uniformly in favor of it.
That's right.
In fact, there was a huge amount of resistance. There was a question whether President Eisenhower would enforce the court orders of desegregation. And all of you know Norman Rockwell's famous painting with the little African-American girl dressed in a white outfit being walked by marshals to her school. Famous painting. There were many of those, but there was a question whether Eisenhower was going to send the police, the marshals, to do that. And he did. And he obeyed the law, even though he personally disagreed with it. But having said that, most of the time, the court doesn't go ahead of public opinion. We never did it with women's rights, because the court isn't a social engine. The court is an enforcer of the laws that the society passes. And on women's rights, it was women in the political arena who got voting in 1920. It was not the courts. And up until Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Sandra Day O'Connor came to the court, women lost in the Supreme Court. We have Supreme Court cases saying women could be denied certain areas of practice in law. They couldn't be prosecutors or defense attorneys because their frail constitutions would not cope with that sordid work. Those were the terms used to deny women being butchers. All right? The court, my court, was really far behind equality. It wasn't until Title VII, the Equal Pay Act, all of the other things that got passed by the society, that the court could then step in and enforce what laws had been written. So it is, we walk a very tight line, and that line, but it's one that involves all of you as citizens with a small c, being engaged in moving the law forward.
You just referenced President Eisenhower and the question of whether he would enforce the court's decision. I think that's a really timely topic.
I'm not getting too much into that.
No. But this, broadly speaking, the relationship between the branches of government, the checks and balances in our system. How do you view the continued relevance of these founding principles of checks and balances in maintaining our constitutional democracy?
You know, our founders believed that they had created and they had, and have, created a pretty incredible checks and balances system. The woman who asked Franklin, she said, do we have a monarchy or something else? And his response was a republic. Our founders were hell-bent on ensuring that we didn't have a monarchy. And the first way they thought of that was to give Congress the power of the purse. And because that's an incredible power. They gave the presidency the power of the military. And that's also, and that means not just armed forces, but law enforcement, which is an incredible obligation of a president. They gave the courts the power to interpret. And we have to do it by persuasion. We have to, in our opinions, make it clear to the society, to the presidents, to the Congress, to the people, that we are doing things based on law and the Constitution as we are interpreting it fairly. And so our goodwill or our power is the power of reason. And that's, most people would consider a soft power, but it's the most powerful of all of it. Because money can be taken away by Congress. If they give it, they can take it away. A president has 4 years and he or she could be removed. Those things are ephemeral in that sense of it. Court decisions stand, whether one particular person chooses to abide by them or not. It doesn't change the foundation that it's still a court order that someone will respect at some point. That's the faith I have in our system. And that other actors in the system, whether it's Congress or others, will follow the law because it's what we all take an oath of office to do.
I think it's important and timely. Another one of our institutions that has suffered from eroding trust, but was so critical that our founding fathers insisted on naming it in our First Amendment, and that is the
freedom of the press.
Freedom of the press. and the news media. And of course, that's the world I come from, and something that I and Knight Foundation spend so much time really working to reinvigorate in our nation. I'd love to hear a little bit from you about how important you feel the role of the press is for our country, for our democracy, and to the extent you wish to share with us, where do you turn to for your news and information?
I mean, I'm not going to name my news.
I tried.
But I will say the following. Many have called the press in the past the fourth branch of government, because the press has always brought transparency to whatever the other three branches are. And that's fundamental to a republic or a democracy, because it is truth that lets people see and make informed choices. The internet is creating an extraordinary challenge to the press and to the world, because it's largely unregulated. It has no standards of conduct. You know, most newspapers and news channels have requirements of vetting the information that they're disseminating. Walter Cronkite was one of the most respected men in his era. If Walter said it, everybody believed it, all right? And they had reason to, because Walter Cronkite, as a newscaster, had an incredible code of honor, and every word he spoke was vetted completely. Don't have that anymore. And so what the press is dealing with is the same thing government is in almost the same way, which is a lack of trust.
Yes.
But I am not, I mean, papers and newscasters, podcasters and internet users, integrity comes from within. Whatever the law permits you to do is the minimum standard of conduct. That's not the standard that you should be aspiring to. Everyone who interacts on the internet should impose their own higher standard of integrity. What are you going to report on? When? Are you going to take unverified information and just pass it on? People will get to know the news sources that are more reliable in that respect. It may take time, but they start doing that. And all of us have an obligation too right now, which is information literacy is the most important topic of our society today. That's what, in part, the Knight Foundation is trying to promote. That's what my organization, iCivics.org, is doing. We have whole lessons on information literacy, of learning about how to check facts. Wikipedia is not reliable facts. Don't cite Wikipedia in your papers, okay? But you have to learn how to be a real researcher. You have to go back to original sources. You cannot depend on what people are telling you. Before you make choices about the direction anything should be going in this country, actually study it. And don't trust that any one news source is giving you the whole picture. No matter how reliable you feel they've been, that's a dangerous practice in a world that has changed so dramatically. When I was growing up, there were three main news channels. Now there are hundreds, if not thousands, sometimes. And I turn on the TV and I don't know where to start. You know, and talking about on the internet, you can get lost in the materials to digest. News literacy is the obligation of all of us to become more knowledgeable on how to get accurate information.
Thank you for that. I couldn't agree more. And I know that we have so many of our students here.
All right, you're just listening in there to the Supreme Court Justice in Miami have this chat. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break here. We'll be back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack, almost 7 o'clock on the East Coast, almost 4 on the West Coast, and that's where we turn our attention right now out of Southern California. As you can see, Rob Bonta, the district attorney there in Southern California, as Democratic attorney generals hold a media availability discussing the policies of President Donald Trump in this second term. Let's listen in to what they have to say here on Live Now.
Exactly the way it's supposed to be, outside of having a president who so consistently violates the law and the Constitution. That happened in Trump administration 1.0. My office sued him over 120 times. He won 2/3 of the time. An independent court found 2/3 of the time in those cases that he was violating the law. Now, if a president violates the law, your remedy is to sue, go to court, get an order, and he complies. So far, that's happened, with the potential exception of the motion to enforce, where we clarified that one of our orders applied to the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Act. But so far, he's complying with it. I believe our system is durable. We are being stress tested, but we're durable. And a critical part of it is unapologetic AGs who take you to court, no matter who you are, an everyday American or a president, when you violate the law and the Constitution, and hold you accountable to the bedrock core principles of our country in our U.S. Constitution. And we've done that so far. We will continue to do that. I think it's important to your question around how we talk to the people. I think we need to tell them what's at stake. When you talk about $3 trillion in funding from an OMB memo, that might mean some things to some people, but when you talk about it meaning health insurance for children, care for the poor, grants for people who have a dream of going to college, affordable housing, make it real for people, and how he's taking it away and how it's a violation of the law and the Constitution, I think, is very important. But I think our actions speak for themselves. We've been active, we've been winning, we've been holding him accountable and deterring him, or at least preventing him from moving forward with the unconstitutional actions that he had planned.
I'm sure you all can answer, but I do want to make space for the reporters to ask lots of questions.
This is Sonia Sharp, LA Times, and I think this actually might go into what hopefully you were going to address to some degree. A.G. Bonta, am I hearing you say that you do not currently believe, as some of your colleagues do, that we are in a constitutional crisis right now? Is that correct?
Not yet.
Not yet. What would be the line for you?
A blatant, egregious failure to comply with a clear court order.
Does the Vice President's statement about that everyone's root, does that kind of foreshadow something like that?
Of course. I mean, they're socializing an idea that judges shouldn't tell generals how to lead their military. They're putting it into terms that they think are going to be sellable to the people. Mike Johnson, Speaker Johnson, saying the judges should stand down. They should absolutely not stand down. They should lean into their duty to interpret the law, let the chips fall where they may, based on the law and the facts presented to them by us and others. That's their job. That's their duty. There's no standing down. It's leaning into the Constitution. It's leaning into the rule of law. That's what we've been doing. So, am I naive about the fact that there's been suggestion, indication, foreshadowing, socializing of ideas that are very dangerous? I'm not naive about that at all. But it has not yet come to pass, in my opinion.
If I could weigh in sort of on the first question and your question. This is where I just slightly disagree with Rob. What we have, the foundation of our government is based on checks and balances, and it's ingrained in our Constitution. I came in halfway through Trump 1.0, and while I wasn't enamored with who he appointed to different posts in his administration, there was pushback within the administration to things that he attempted to do in his first administration. He's made clear through his appointments that he wants nothing but loyalists. On top of that, he's trying to dismantle civil service protection for federal employees who would otherwise abide by the rule of law with regards to their positions. I spoke earlier about birthright citizenship and how the judge characterized it as blatantly unconstitutional, and how no lawyer, no member of the bar would should come before a court and try to argue otherwise. I think all of these things combined demonstrate a total disregard, and of course the Vice President's comments about the judiciary show a total disregard for our Constitution and for our systems that create those checks and balances, and the fact that on the freeze there was disobedience of the temporary restraining order, and so I think we're there. I think our fight is, to Rob's point, the courts have upheld our efforts, but to what extent they continue to abide by those is left to be seen. And we're only 2 weeks in, and they've disobeyed orders thus far.
Here. Yeah. Hi, Melanie Mason with Politico. We've heard from a couple of you the themes of collaboration, working together. You mentioned talking every day. I'd love to put more meat on that bone, maybe by reconstructing how you arrived at the birthright citizenship case. How far back did conversations around that case go? Who determined, who played the quarterbacking role, determining who was writing briefs, deciding what the right venue was? And can you just sort of help us understand, so we know how you're working forward, what this collaborative effort actually looks like on a day-to-day basis?
I appreciate that question because it is deep collaboration. It is us along with every Democratic AG consistently talking not only at the principal level, but also at the staff level. That coordination and collaboration existed even before President Trump was elected. Some of our bigger consumer protection cases, our social media cases against TikTok and Meta, that actually is not just Democratic AGs, it's also Republican AGs. So the collaboration exists across all of our offices with respect to a whole host of issues. In the context of President Trump, yes, there were a group of folks coming together. Massachusetts was a part of those preliminary discussions to contingency plan. We were always planning. If our number one job is to protect our residents and our state economies, we have to always be anticipating what might be a threat to our residents and to our economy. And so obviously, given the rhetoric of the president-elect at the time, we were in rooms having conversations about how we would prepare in the event he was elected, knowing that the collaboration would not have been the same if Kamala Harris was elected. And so we were prepared, coordinated, when the birthright, well, actually, I should say, when all of the executive orders came out, all of our teams were up very late reviewing them. We shared that workload across all of our states and looked at those that had an immediate and harmful and detrimental effect, not only on our Constitution, but on our residents. The birthright executive order was exactly that. And I'm really proud that a large number of states came together, Massachusetts being one of them, and I'll let A.G. Plotkin speak to this too, because there was a few folks who co-led this, but with the support of many states across the country, to say that this executive order not only was blatantly unconstitutional, but that the president didn't have the power via an executive order or a Sharpie to change the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. We also had to become a trusted authority on reminding folks not only what the Constitution says and what the 14th Amendment says, what the history of that is, and that is not just about black people. It starts with us for sure, but what it means even post that. This is why we allowed and talked about San Francisco joining, given the historic nature of that case when it comes to the 14th Amendment and birthright citizenship. And so there was collective passion, frankly, to uphold the rule of law in our Constitution, to get the average person to understand why this was important. It's not just that it's a Constitution, it promises you things. It is a contract between the government and you to give you individual rights, to give you privileges and certain benefits. And so we use this birthright case to demonstrate that, to take it from the constitutional level to the average person walking on the street level, and to say to them, if he is going to unravel or attempt to unravel the Constitution that quickly, everyone should be concerned. And I'm proud that a group of Democratic AGs stepped up to defend that in different places. And we were just, of course, in Boston attending that hearing, waiting still for a decision from a very thoughtful judge who was reviewing all of the arguments, but obviously we have other favorable decisions across the country. And so that's just one example of where we mobilized within 24 hours. NIH is another one. Of course, everything related to the OMB memo, and I'm sure there'll be more to come. And because we were prepared in communication before, we're able to respond quickly. And I would say, because I am in a state where my governor was the AG at the time, and we talk frequently, she thinks we're doing a very good job, and I think actually quite quicker, and is proud. And I would say the same for other governors who are watching this 2.0 iteration. And then my last point before I pass it on to AG Plotkin, which I think is really important because I know we don't have a lot of time together. I do think the strategy is a bit different than 1.0 in that I stress to my team that is working overtime every day that I am not going to allow one administration or one person to unravel or to dismantle the proactive work that we were doing and that we continue to do. I was just reviewing draft junk fee regulations, critically important to constituents. We just won a major case in our right to repair case today. Everything related to opioids, our public safety work, all of this critical work, which takes up more time than our Trump 2.0 work, as it should. It's us striking this balance of not allowing our offices to continue, or I should say not allowing our offices to solely focus on what's coming out of Washington to the detriment of our constituents, where we're doing great proactive work, including in the context of housing, on the issues they care about the most. I think AGs are at the forefront of everything having to do with affordability issues. Folks are just not covering the depth and substance of that incredible work that we're doing on behalf of our constituents.
I think the level of preparation, I think, is evident by the fact that, as General Campbell said, birthright citizenship filed less than 24 hours after that unconstitutional order was signed. OMB directive, less than 24 hours later, lawsuit filed on behalf of attorneys general across the country. DOJ, within days of the illegal actions. Anybody who's ever, for those of you who have never been a lawyer, moving that quickly doesn't happen by accident. It happens because we did what I think would any prudent person would do, is given in the first term, generally what President Trump said is what he did. It would be a dereliction of our duties to not have spent the time that we spent to prepare. And for me, I think it's particularly moving. I went to my department and said, hey, we're going to be doing this work. I don't know I don't ask, I don't care what side of the political aisle they are. I said, this is purely volunteer. Nobody has to do this. We can't pay you anymore. Over 50 lawyers signed up, not knowing who was going to win that election because they were so concerned. And I didn't ask a single one of them who they were voting for. They were so concerned about what this campaign and what Project 2025 was promising and the harms that it would cause to the residents of our state. As has been said, these are not abstract things. And I think during the campaign, it might have felt a little abstract. You talk about rule of law and democracy. Even for me, who lives and breathes this, it felt a little bit, at 35,000 feet. But on the ground, what it meant is a mother that I talked to didn't know if her father was going to be thrown out of a nursing home in 20-degree weather in New Jersey because Medicaid wasn't going to be able to make payments because they literally stopped making Medicaid payments. No matter what they say about why, there is zero coincidence that those Medicaid payments stopped immediately after that OMB directive came out. 75 million Americans depend on that program for life and death health care. And they put that at risk to score some cheap political point that they can't even identify. That's what we're talking about. And, just to answer the last question, I think, in addition, we're going to keep fighting because I think all of us believe, and our staffs who have been pulling literal all-nighters to get these cases ready to go, believe in how important this work is. I wish there were more people on all angles or all aspects of the political spectrum willing to step up. I know there's a lot of folks right now who have decided that their career ambition is more important than standing up for basic principles of this country, including the Vice President of the United States. And J.D. Vance and I are about the same age, went to law school at about the same time. One of us paid attention. Let me just finish this point. Because there are a whole bunch of people on the other side of the aisle who would not sit here and talk about the harms that are being caused to their presidents. Privately, they will.
Right.
And for the rule of law to mean something, it means that regardless of where a case comes out, and I've lost cases I disagreed with. You don't think I disagree with the Dobbs decision? You don't think I disagree with the Bruin decision that put New Jerseyans at risk in my state? We were one of the states that lost our concealed carry law in the densest state in the nation. You didn't hear me go out and say, hey, Supreme Court, go ahead and enforce it. That's what the Vice President said. That's what the Speaker said. Two of the highest ranking people in the United States of America questioning whether courts have that authority. And I think there needs to be more people coming out and saying how extreme that is and how dangerous it is even to inject that idea into the bloodstream of America. Because once it's there, very hard to pull it back. Just ask a lot of other countries that have gone through this.
Mae Preston with the Washington Post. You guys obviously have done all this. We've done all this meticulous preparation last year and had the Project 2025 template. I just was wondering can you recreate for us like a moment that was really surprising in terms of what Elon Musk has done so far? Like, is there a moment that?
All right, Andrew Kraft here now in the anchor chair. You've been listening to some of these Democratic attorneys general there in Los Angeles, led by California Attorney General Rob Bonta, talk about the actions their respective offices have made in suing the Trump administration over several of these executive orders, of course, most notably the one that would end birthright citizenship and so many others there. Also, you saw Chris Mays, the Arizona Attorney General, also Matt Platkin from New Jersey, and others there who have collectively, in some of these cases, filed suit against the Trump administration, trying to thwart and stop some of these executive orders that their offices have deemed illegal. And so we've been following those fights playing out in the court ever since. Now, we, of course, are on week 4 of the Trump administration 2.0 here. So we're a new hour. We have a lot in store this hour. Let's take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be getting an update down on the ground in Scottsdale, Arizona, of that deadly tarmac collision just yesterday at the Scottsdale airport. More details where that came from in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We do want to update you on one of the biggest stories yesterday coming out of Scottsdale, Arizona there on the tarmac of the Scottsdale Regional Airport. That deadly collision with that inbound flight crashing into a parked flight. These were both private jets. One person was killed. Several others were injured here. And we're learning more details about the ownership of these planes and so much more. Fox 10 Phoenix reporter, our friend Steve Nielsen there, live outside the airport with more. Steve, good to see you. A really, really tragic set of circumstances in a really deadly stretch for U.S. aviation over the last several weeks. What more do we know?
Yeah, the timing here is brutal as far as that stretch goes. Well, if we can take a look over here at this crash site, we're now 24 hours, more than 24 hours removed from when this